Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's edition of the Whitfield Report. I am your host, Sam Whitfield, broadcasting live here from South Florida. And no, Johnny, I did not read the Barnet 302. That was a typo. When I tried spelling Barrett, it automatically corrected to Barnett. So I fixed that in the titles on YouTube. So thank you for that. Anyway, contact info as usual. You can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at 70_DC, Gab and Parlor at Sam Whitfield, Facebook.com/Whitfield Report, thesamwhitfield.com. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, whatever else, we have out there. So, anyway, thank you for joining me tonight. And we have a couple things to celebrate. I know that some of you are going to get triggered by this title, but Barrett is in, Ginsberg is out. Quite literally, which I guess that's the part that has upset some people on Twitter. But what? It's the truth. She is out. She is out of the Supreme Court. I'm not wrong on that. I mean, granted, she's passed away, but that still means she's out of the court. And then finally, thank God for Ron DeSantis, Florida's governor, because the days of wearing masks here are finally over for us. We're free to actually see each other's faces and not have to worry about, well, I'm sure there's still going to be goody two-shoes worrying about all of us, but, we can tell them to go screw themselves more easily. But, at any rate, it's going to be a good show. The Gamma, I don't know where the Gamma is. He is stuck in traffic. So I don't know if he'll be there, or usually he does this thing from his phone anyway though, so why can't he? But anyway, I've been monitoring the Gamma situation, and he will be joining us, I guess, when he can. But anyway, I want to play a little bit of the Conan Barret confirmation that took place this afternoon. I did not get a chance to see this live, but it wasn't very long. Actually, the stream on Fox News says it's an hour long, but it's not an hour long. It's more like 50 minutes of waiting for the stream to start, and then 20 minutes of them setting everything up, and I've got it queued to the point now where we can actually start the ceremony. So I'm going to go ahead and do that real quick. Shout out, Johnny's here, Wrenches is here, and Saucin is here. So the queen of memes and the queen of lemons. So let me see if this will queue up though in Streamlabs. It should, since I just set this up. So this is Trump's confirmation of Justice Barrett. And already the media is irritated about this. All righty.
Thank you. I stand before you today to fulfill one of my highest and most important duties under the United States Constitution, the nomination of a Supreme Court Justice. This is my third such nomination after Justice Gorsuch and Justice Kavanaugh, and it is a very proud moment indeed. Over the past week, our nation has mourned the loss of a true American legend. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a legal giant and a pioneer for women. Her extraordinary life.
But Trump didn't actually like or respect Justice Ginsburg. Oh, he's just doing this for political purposes. Yeah. Right.
The legacy will inspire Americans for generations to come. Now we gather in the Rose Garden to continue our never-ending task of ensuring equal justice and preserving the impartial rule of law. Today it is my honor to nominate one of our nation's most brilliant and gifted legal minds to the Supreme Court. She is a woman of unparalleled achievement, towering intellect, sterling credentials, and unyielding loyalty to the Constitution, Judge Amy Coney Barrett.
Applause.
With us as well are the First Lady. Thank you, First Lady. Along with Vice President Mike Pence and his amazing wife, Karen. Thank you very much, Karen. Judge Barrett is a graduate of Rhodes College and the University of Notre Dame Law School. At Notre Dame, she earned a full academic scholarship, served as the executive editor of the Law Review, graduated first in her class, and received the law school's award for the best record of scholarship and achievement. Upon graduation, she became a clerk for Judge Lawrence Silberman on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia. Amy then received one of the highest honors a young lawyer could have, serving as a clerk on the Supreme Court for Justice Antonin Scalia. A very highly respected law professor at Notre Dame wrote to Justice Scalia with a one-sentence recommendation: Amy Coney is the best student I ever had. That's pretty good. Justice Scalia hired her shortly thereafter, and we are honored to have his wonderful wife, Maureen. Where is Maureen? Maureen Scalia with us today. Thank you. And our great Secretary of Labor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Very good genes in that family, I will say. Very good genes. Before joining the bench, Judge Barrett spent 15 years as a professor at the University of Notre Dame Law School. She was renowned for her scholarship, celebrated by her colleagues and beloved by her students. 3 times she was selected at Notre Dame Distinguished Professor of the Year. When I nominated Judge Barrett to serve on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit in 2017, every law clerk from her time at the Supreme Court endorsed her nomination, writing, quote, "We are Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, yet we write to support the nomination of Professor Barret to be a circuit judge. Professor Barret is a woman of remarkable intellect and character. She is eminently qualified for the job." And I can tell you, I did that too. I looked and I studied, and you are very eminently qualified for this job. You are going to be fantastic. Thank you. Really fantastic. The entire Notre Dame law facility and faculty, everybody at that school also, we got so many letters, also wrote letters of support of Amy's nomination to the Seventh Circuit. They wrote, in effect, despite our differences, we unanimously agree that our constitutional system depends upon an independent judiciary staffed by talented people, devoted to the fair and impartial administration of the rule of law, and we unanimously agree that Amy is such a person. For the last 3 years, Judge Barret has served with immense distinction on the federal bench. Amy is more than a stellar scholar and judge. She's also a profoundly devoted mother. Her family is a core part of who Amy is. She opened her home and her heart and adopted 2 beautiful children from Haiti. Her incredible bond with her youngest child, a son with Down syndrome, is a true inspiration. If confirmed, Justice Barret will make history as the first mother of school-age children ever to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court. That's good. To her children, Emma, Vivian, Tess, John Peter, Liam, Juliet, and Benjamin, thank you for sharing your incredible mom with our country. Thank you very much. Amy Coney Barrett will decide cases based on the text of the Constitution as written. As Amy has said, being a judge takes courage. You are not there to decide cases as you may prefer. You are there to do your duty and to follow the law wherever it may take you. That is exactly what Judge Barret will do on the U.S. Supreme Court. I want to thank the members of the Senate. We have so many of them here today. Thank you very much. I see you in the audience, and you're so proud. But I want to thank you for your commitment and to providing a fair and timely hearing. I know it will be that. Judge Barret was confirmed to the Circuit Court 3 years ago by a bipartisan vote. Her qualifications are unsurpassed, and her record is beyond reproach. This should be a straightforward and prompt confirmation. Should be very easy. Good luck. It's going to be very quick. I'm sure it'll be extremely non-controversial. We said that the last time, didn't we? Well, thank you all very much, and thank you for being here. That's really great. Thank you. Thank you. I further urge all members of the other side of the aisle to provide Judge Barret with the respectful and dignified hearing that she deserves, and frankly, that our country deserves. I urge lawmakers and members of the media to refrain from personal or partisan attack.
Which, I had to say it, but I don't think they're going to do that, folks. I don't. I would be surprised at this point if they show respect, because they threw a temper tantrum with Gorsuch, and then they practically tried to slander Brett Kavanaugh, which, by the way, folks, I like beer. and all Americans like beer, mostly. So yeah, so it wouldn't surprise me if they try and go after Comey for something. I mean, the New York Times, and I'll pull this up after the clip, but the New York Times is already honing in, and we're not even a full 24 hours into this thing. They're already phrasing it like she's anti-abortion, which she is, but they're making it seem like that's a big negative, that she's against like women's health care. Joe Biden, or rather the person controlling Joe Biden's Twitter handle, because we know it's not him. Man can't even stitch a sentence together. Biden's Twitter account is claiming that Barrett is anti-healthcare because she said that Obamacare is unconstitutional, which it is. And let's see, someone hopped in the Discord. So,
Hi, Sammy.
hi, Gamma. How are you?
Oh man, I'm all right. I'm trapped. I'm trapped in a redneck hellscape. Uh, engrossed in kegs of beer and Christmas lights strung through trees and some band I've never heard of.
Well, do
But I'm
you
good, man. How are you tonight?
do you need me to come get you, and like you can hop on the back of my wheelchair, and I can.
We'll tear through these motherfuckers. Yeah, quite frankly, I'm close enough to home. I could walk there. I could stumble there in about 10 or 15 minutes, but
Ah,
you know, I don't want to do that. Then my car's here. Then I gotta fucking get here tomorrow when I'm not drunk and get my car back. You know. So
so
I've secluded myself from the party. I plan to be home already, but it's so widespread. I mean, this is a true redneck birthday bash, my friend. So there's like fucking 200 people here, and like, yeah, you know what? There's enough tiki torches for 15 Charlottesvilles. I'm not gonna lie to you.
uh
Lining the paths. Just saying, like, there's a lot of tiki. I was thinking about that, and I wanted to make a meme,
is
but
is my boy Jolly there by chance? Because we know it's not a redneck party until he shows up.
well, listen, I know Jolly is close enough to me that he's here in spirit. Geographically, he's close enough to me that he's here in spirit, and there are no guns being fired as of yet. So I imagine the pirate lord will show up at that point, and no sooner.
That's good. So, what do you think of this new Supreme Court nominee that we have? It is a woman, and I know how you feel about that, but but can
Mrs. Coney Barrett.
yeah.
I mean, quite frankly, I don't know. I don't really know enough about her. I've seen a lot of memes, and some of my more well, let's say white identitarian friends or acquaintances and friends on the internet really don't like her because mainly because of her stance against abortion. But I, on the surface, man, I'm not displeased at all. I can't imagine a better play for President Trump at this point. I mean, she is a woman. Yeah, and her record under Judge Scalia is pretty sound. I mean, she was one of his acolytes or whatever. understudies.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's good because I like Scalia.
Well, and
But
that
yeah, I mean, well, I think just like anything, man. Well, the nomination is. I feel like everybody knew that leading up to it, but the nomination is not confirmation, and we all saw how Kavanaugh went. So I'm just more interested to see what the left is going to do to try and smear this lady. I mean, they're already trying with the whole Handmaid's Tale thing, super Catholic, religious cult, et cetera, et cetera.
I
But
got
the
your
woman.
nomination right here.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
What's up, Bill? Shit, I didn't even see you come in.
I saw I got the invite from good old Sammy Boy, and coming back from the Trump rally, how could I resist? I'm like jazzed.
Did
I
you just go
got
to a
back.
Trump rally?
Yeah, because he had one in Harrisburg. Yeah, we
Oh,
just
dude,
got
that's
back.
badass.
We just got back.
I'll bet that was awesome, huh?
It was freaking fantastic.
Like a rock concert.
It was definitely like it. I was blown away. Like from the moment I even got there. I don't know if either of you have went to a Trump rally, but like it's like just from the moment you get there, it's really like a rock concert. It's
Yeah, I
really
actually
like
have
a
not
rock
had the
concert.
fortune yet. I have not had the fortune yet of being to a Trump rally. But
We thought we got there. He didn't speak until like 8:00. We thought we got there because we got there at 4. We thought we got there early. Turns out we were way freaking late. Like, yeah, we were in the standing. We were standing in like right
you
close
got
to
there
the back.
4 hours early, and you were fucking already late, and you already got standing room only, being there
Yeah.
4 hours early.
Yep.
That's
It's
amazing.
demand. The demand is insane. Like there are people in the hundreds that were like camping out there. Like I would say probably even the night before, because like
That I guess you
all
know what,
we
that
saw
wouldn't surprise me.
we saw like we got to the line. We got to these lines which were like crazy long, but when we got to the front of those lines, we saw fold up chairs, we saw coolers, and we saw sleeping bags. Like it was crazy. Like
Wow, dude, that's crazy.
yeah, I mean it was amazing. And then when the cool thing is, since you're all talking about the confirmation, when or the nomination, when I got there and we were getting when we got there, they played the they played the nomination at the rally, and the place just went nuts. Like the place went nuts. So I guess they approved. I mean, we talked about the two options that were there, and you couldn't go wrong with either of them. But like the thousands of people that were there, they definitely approved. So that's a very good sign.
I'm almost looking forward to seeing how they try and destroy her, though. I mean, I'm not saying that they should, but they're going to, and I'm just more.
They're gonna try, and
Oh yeah.
I mean, I think I already see it. They've been playing because again, it's not really been a secret that Mrs. Coney Barrett was going to be his nomination. I mean, at least for the last few days, there was like some credible leaks or whatever from whomever. And yeah, so the whole Handmaiden's Tale meme, but the left can't meme, obviously, but that's their angle. She's a religious cultist, and her religious cultist ideals are going to corrupt her, her judgment on the bench. And she's a radical. et cetera, et cetera. That's going to be the angle, I think.
Well, I think they used up the problem. The problem this time around is they used up every piece of credit, like every piece of good faith that they possibly had with the last one. Like everything, they were like, "Oh, we need to wait. We need to take our time. We need to do all this stuff." Like, and they went through all this dramatic BS. But they're not going to. I don't think the Republicans are going to do that now. I think they might give one round of questioning, and then it's like the Republicans will probably go, "Well, I've heard enough. Who's ready to vote?" And then that'll probably be it. Like, I don't see it going. Like, I don't see it being this long, drawn-out process like it did with the Kavanaugh hearings, because nobody buys it anymore. Like these Republicans and none of these people, they're not really buying it anymore. I think at least with with Kavanaugh and they did with Christine Blasey Ford, people were like people were really respectful to Christine Blasey Ford, and they out of respect, out of clear respect. But I think now that they realize that, these Dems are actually full of shit, it's going to be like, no, let's move forward with this. This is crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, because that's still, even to the non-politically inclined, which admittedly was me, not long before Kavanaugh's nomination, or really realistically, right around, not long before Trump's, announcement of running for president.
Mm-hmm.
I never really paid that much attention to politics. I mean, I knew the bullet points, but
they came out. That's interesting that you like that's interesting point, Gamma. The part that, and they sold it, like the Dems sold it so well too. Like, they really did a good job of selling the Kavanaugh thing. Like, oh, well, maybe we should take a second look at this. I mean, I doubt it, but maybe we should take a second look. And then when it was obvious that it was BS, it was like, well, they got us again. I don't think that they're going to go for it this time around, though. I think it's just going to be like they're going to do their round of questioning, which means that the other 4 Democrats on the panel are going to, they're going to have their say or whatever. But outside of that, it's going to be like, whatever, let's go.
Well, and
let's get to the vote.
Well, and for the people who are out there shouting that she's going to use her, Catholic dogma or whatever to make, judicial decisions. A, when has that ever happened in the past? And B, there are at least 3 other judges who
this woman, and I'll tell you right now, yeah, and it's a good thing that you bring that up too, because Sam, because everybody that has known her, everybody that has done their background on her, says that when she's a judge, she only cares about one thing, and that is the rule of law. That is it. There's no religious there's really no religious imprint, even though she is religious, and that does, and you could kind of tell by her personal life, her goal is to translate the rule of law as it is written, and to enforce the law as it is written. That is it. Right, that is solely her job, and that's solely what she does, we could put that to bed right now. None of that. And these are Democrats that are just saying it too. I'm like, whatever. I don't care.
Well, I like how in her acceptance speech earlier today, she was saying she was describing her time under Judge Scalia, and how his Judge Scalia's relationship with Judge Ginsberg, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, even though they were they were viscerally opposed on several issues, were very civil, and had a very like decent relationship outside of the courtroom and stuff, which I thought was an important point for her to bring up, because especially in these incredibly divisive times, it's like, it seems like, you know, I mean, I don't know, it may be in vain, but I like the call for, you know, parting the aisle, or blurring the lines between them, rather, and trying to say, like, look, the Constitution is the Constitution, and interpretation can be different, but I don't know. I mean, I liked what she said during her acceptance speech, because I actually watched it live because I was free at the time.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, I'm really curious to see how they try to attack her, because, again, she is a woman. She has adopted 2 children of color from a poverty-stricken nation. And, the only thing that they can attack her on is her religious dogma, which clearly is their angle already.
It will be the top thing. That will be it, right? The religion will be it. Like that will be, they're going to grind that to the ground. And of course they're going to make their little speeches. Oh, we should wait until a new president is voted in, and after the election. And I'm sorry, I'm not one. Trump's going to win re-election. The only way, look, being in Pennsylvania and going to that rally, if all the rules were enforced, like were accurately enforced, and this was a vote of integrity, Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, no doubt in my mind, because like in this state, he's gained. The Republicans have outnumbered the Democrats in new voter registration. They've beaten the Democrats in voters coming from the other party. And I don't think, and that was, and Trump had already, this is a state that Trump had already won. They only won by I think they won by less than 100,000 votes, but still, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of new voter registrations already. And I'm like, I think the only way that Biden really wins Pennsylvania is if they cheat, which of course you can't rule that out because, well, they're Democrats. So, but I don't think, but anyway, I don't think Trump, I don't think Trump's going to lose this re-election. And 2, do either of you think that they're not going to come after ACB anyway?
Well,
like even if they got everything that they wanted, you still don't think that they wouldn't come after ACB? You still don't think they would try to hijack the process?
Well, that's what I was just saying before you came on, Phil.
Yeah.
Phil was, they screamed about Neil Gorsuch, and then hell, they practically tried to gang rape Brett Kavanaugh, as John Arcade in the chat points out. So they might not. I don't think they're going to go to the same level of extremes as they did with Brett, because they can't again. But they definitely are going to try and fuck with their nomination in some way. I know that.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah, well, my long lost friend Shovel Point in the chat has been pointing out some interesting things about her that I wasn't aware of. One of which was that she sided with the governor of Illinois regarding indefinite lockdowns. And let's see, she hid behind the Jacobson versus Mass ruling. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, but, I don't know what that is.
But
and
the idea from Shovel Point is that she's a statist, which, I mean, I guess isn't that uncommon.
Yeah, but I mean, well, to that point though, I would say if you're a judge, I mean, that kind of goes with the territory of being a judge. Like, aren't all judges statists at the end of the day? That would be my argument. For better or for
Well,
worse.
she's being sold as a constitutionalist, like a hardline constitutionalist, and I mean that's a good thing. Like, I mean, most Americans would agree, but I don't know. Again, I don't know the nuance of her past rulings and what she's done. I know that she's, she learned under Scalia, which I like Scalia for the most part, but I don't know. I don't know the nuance of her, professional dealings in the federal government as a judge. The nuance, the in and outs, as Shovel Point is pointing out in the chat, things that I was completely unaware of.
Yeah, and keep in mind. I mean, you're going to find a couple cases where there are going to be like exceptions to the rule. Maybe. I mean, I think every justice has had a couple of those instances, but for the most part, you're looking for the majority of the cases. It's like, well, are you ruling on the law as it's written, or are you kind of trying to, bend it a little bit and maybe make it like a spirit of the law, which whatever the hell that means. And I just like, we need a justice like ACB. Like, we absolutely do.
Yeah. Hey, Davey. Oh, sorry.
Oh, Davey's in the chat. What's up? And I guess someone came into Apex's party, but yeah, I mean, I think the ACB nomination at this point, it's not so much a question of will they try and slander her; it's how will they try and slander her.
Mm-hmm.
That's my take on that. Now, kind of on another point. So Governor DeSantis, my governor, basically reopened Florida and lifted the mask restrictions. Did you hear anything about that? Or am I breaking news?
No, you did. I did see something along those lines. I was actually gonna ask you, like, I was gonna ask you about that, like, if you were to pop up on the Versus show, like, because you are from Florida, like how you personally feel about that, because like I mean, I feel like it's about time we just lifted everything and just got back to normal humanity again. But I mean, this is you're actually in Florida, so.
Well, yeah, I mean, so let me just say that I think people on the outside are overreacting to this. I've gotten like a number of text messages asking, oh my God, are you okay? Or are you gonna be okay? Yeah, we're gonna be fine. Corona cases have actually gone down here in Florida, and I mean our cases were never really that bad to begin with, except in Miami-Dade County. And believe me, COVID out of all the diseases you can catch there. COVID is the least you have to worry about. So, I mean, DeSantis basically pulled the ultimate boss move and said, fuck this, we're going to reopen and let the businesses reopen and get back to work, and we're not going to restrict people from having to wear masks. So I'm happy about it, and
What a legend.
we'll just we'll I cannot wait until people start panicking about. Well, people are already panicking about Florida, and I guarantee you that almost nothing will happen between now and the end of the year. So,
Well, it depends on where you get your news from, because I'm sure there will be all kinds of pretend things happening, as there have been for almost this entire year.
By the way, speaking of which, at the rally, there was a lot of CNN sucks chants. That was pretty funny. And then there was one CNN. I think there was one CNN reporter there. Boy, I would not have wanted to be him.
I can't believe you didn't get some footage of this shit, man.
No, I didn't. I couldn't. Well, the thing was because it was an airport hangar.
Oh,
the reception was freaking awful, and yeah, so I had to take. I think I took some pictures, but I couldn't get any because I couldn't get any clear ones because I was in the back. But yeah, I mean, you could hear CNN sucks, and this guy was just there was one dude, and he was just getting berated, like it was just bad. I felt bad, even though I hate CNN with a visceral passion. Like
that's still a person, right?
It's still kind of it was bad enough for me to feel sorry for him. But it was still pretty funny.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I'm really bummed out, man, because about 3 or 4 days ago, it's not even somebody I'm following. It's somebody that I'm following, either liked or retweeted this picture, this meme. I think it was a scene from A Handmaid's Tale, where it looks like it's supposed to be a mimic of the Washington Monument, the reflecting pool in front of the Washington Monument, but it's a big crucifix instead of the monument, or the big dick shaped obelisk or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And whoever made this meme, they took the cross off and they made it the regular Washington Monument, and they had Coney Barrett, her face real big in the sky with the laser eyes, and and it said soon or something like that, and it made me laugh really hard.
That's funny.
And I can't find it. I can't find it fucking anywhere. I've searched Reddit. I've searched Google. I've searched through my history for 20 minutes, just scrolling through shit. I can't find it. I don't know who did it, and it makes me mad.
Well,
because it was.
Well, that's what happens because you're a gamma, Apex.
Shut your dirty mouth.
All right. Well, I hate to be a buzzkill, but I'm gonna have to head over to the other side of Versa. I'll see you guys. I'll catch you guys later. Feel free to what's up.
Tell those guys to come in here unless they've already started. So I'll see what they're doing. I'll see what they're doing or whatever. We'll figure something out. We always do. So.
Anyway,
I'm down to hop over there. I'm just watching a bunch of drunk people wander around in the country here, as they watch me talking to a rectangle in my hand, looking at me like I'm a fucking retard. Hi guys.
Hey, how many beers have you had tonight, Apex?
Not that many, man. To be quite honest with you, this is a sub Saturday for me. Because this is a 60th birthday party for one of my, in quotations, moms, my pseudo moms, one of my good friends' mothers who I've known for a long time, and it's kind of acted like a mom to me. I mean, I think everybody has those people, or those pseudo parents, be it mother, or father or whatever, friends, parents that do a good job of being a parent to you as well. Anyway,
Yeah,
it's her 60th birthday today, and she's kind of a bitter old lady. She's a sweet lady, but she's very bitter, and she always talks shit about her kids, never doing anything for her. So this party here that I'm currently attending, I don't know the exact figure, but we're somewhere in the $3,000 range for the total cost of all the supplies and all the food and all the booze. And there's a whole pig that we roasted on a spigot since 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock this morning. And like I said, there's like 200 tiki torches. Charlottesville, what's his name? Fucking Richard Spencer would be proud of all the tiki torches. Yeah, no, but I've had, let's see, 6, 7, 8, somewhere around there, between 6 and 8. But not even. Listen, I normally drink shitty Keystone Ice or Ice House, which is extra alcohol. I'm drinking Miller Lite, so I'm just, if anything, I am distracted by all the craziness going on around me. But my vape's out of juice. I'm smoking cigarettes, and all I've got is my THC pen.
well,
Can you still hear me? You
yeah,
can still hear me, right? Okay.
well, thank God you're not. Thank God you're not vaping, because you're not doing that thing that certain people uh on the channel do, where they vape and then breathe into the microphone sound. So that's good.
Man, shit, I don't. I was, I shouldn't look at chat. I should look at chat, but every time I fucking do, I get distracted from what I was gonna say
I
because
I
Shovel Point's in there talking shit, and it's distracting me. I can't remember what the fuck I was gonna say.
I was gonna make a joke and then I decided not to, because
Well, you should always make your jokes, Sammy. Please, come on. I never hold
I
back, no matter how
well
shitty and cringy they are.
well I was going what I was going to say is so Apex is going MILF hunting. Uh
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, usually, but now my 22-year-old, which Shovel Point was talking shit about me, she's I have emerged from my weakness, my weak state, and realized uh just how terrible it is to be around anybody who's 22 years old, no matter how cute they are. And I have I've spent the last week or two very gently pushing that poor young lady away. I mean, listen, I didn't even try in the first place. This young lady came to me, and I did everything I could to keep her away. You don't want this. You don't want this. Listen, you have no idea what you're getting yourself into, young lady. Oh no, no, no. I'm a grown up. I know what I'm doing.
she
As every 22-year-old thinks.
she
As every 16 or 18-year-old thinks. I mean, I thought it my whole fucking life. I fucking know what I'm doing. I'm smart. You adults can't tell me shit. So yeah, my super attractive young Mexican is she's I had to say bye because it was very detrimental to me and her ultimately. It's a sad thing to admit openly on the internet or even to myself, but things happen.
what
Rebounds. You know what? She was a rebound basically. I spent
what
7 years in a family that I never mind. Go ahead.
what he means to say is she tuned into the stream and saw me and decided to come running to Florida instead. So nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, partially. So
Well, Sammy, I listen. I'm not sure what you just said, but because I got distracted. What did you say about me coming to Florida?
I said what really happened was she saw this stream and she saw me and decided to come running to Florida instead. So
Oh yeah. Well, dude, listen, that's that's been one of my tactics. I'm like, hey, listen, you're such a sweet young lady. Why don't you let me introduce you to my friend over here, who's like not uh fucking 11 years older than you, uh, or so. You know, it's not working. I don't know. I, I don't. You know, I listen. The truth of the matter is I was in an incredibly weakened state, both due to my brother.
no,
Uh,
I've been there. So
well, I mean, we all have in certain degrees, but this sweet young lady who had eyes for me forever saw an opportunity in like a fucking piranha with blood in the water, was like, I'm gonna fucking attach myself to this dude because I like him and I want him to escort me through life. And I was like, you know what? I mean, I don't know. She's hot, and I'm like really sad, and uh, my life is a fucking disaster. But there's this really hot young girl that's like just won't leave me alone and wants to be around me. So it was weakness. Yeah,
I
listen, I couldn't even have a fucking conversation with her. Um, as Johnny pointed out in chat, whenever that was. Oof, I bet the conversations are fun. No, they weren't. But I tried real hard to convince myself that it was something worth doing because I'm a fucking idiot, and I was extra weak at the time. So
hey
whatever. I'm coming back to life, man.
hey if it makes you feel any better, I had a chick who I I went out with a younger chick a few years ago, and she was only like 4 years younger than me. But even so, so this would have been about like a year or so ago, and all she wanted to do was to talk how shiny my watch was, which I have an Apple Watch, and it's a nice watch, but it's not like a Rolex. And even if it was, are you interested in me or are you interested in my watch? So that's what I want to know.
Well, I mean, let's be real. If are they interested in your Roman death chair? If we're being frank.
They're interested in that for they're interested to see if it has certain mechanical features. So and yes, as Dr. Near points out, this might as well be the Fraser Crane show because this is Apex Gamma Therapy.
You listen now. That was funny, but just shut your mouth. I'm out of my element here. There are so many people now. All of a sudden, there are so many fucking people around my car that I'm trying to like. Yeah. Nope. I'm on the. Oh, hold on.
Do I need?
Yeah. No. I'm on the internet. Yep. Okay. All right. So yeah. No. There's just a bunch of random drunk people walking around me and yelling, and I'm still waiting for this fucking vehicle behind me to move. But yeah, no, I'm here, and yeah, it's therapy session. That's what it is. Sam, Dr. Whitfield. Fuck it, we'll lean into that. 'Cause why
Oh,
not?
oh boy. Near I has somehow made my ego grow even bigger than it already was. So, but hey, he's the one who has it all figured out. He's already
Tampax.
he's he's
Sorry,
a
go ahead.
he's already married, and yet he still is able to be a DJ and be a ninja basketball superstar or something like that.
Yeah, Dr. Sam over Dr. Phil any day of the week.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm not balding. I'm not balding yet, and well, I mean, as far as
You have a Roman death chair, Sam. Please quit being so modest about the Roman death chair.
and my patient isn't crazy. He's just sad. So,
The Stormer Rensis called me Tampax Rama, and I'm sorry, but it's one of the funniest. That's one of the funniest like plays on Apex Game I think I've ever heard. Oh my god! Stop looking at me, you fucking no. Okay, wait, hold on.
This is the it's a wheelchair. There we go. Speaking of the of the
Roman wheel chariot, I love it.
There we go.
Dude,
Yeah.
you know what? It's a good thing that we're not doing like a Streamlabs or no, I'm sorry, a StreamYard stream or one of those Streamlabs streams, because I would be videoing right now. And just for content's sake, for the Whitfield report, I would be talking all kinds of shit to these drunk people because they are drunk.
Hey Apex, you need to come to my fourth. You need to come to my 4th of July party here in Florida, dude. It's like,
Sammy, I'll go anywhere if it's paid for. I don't make that much money, bro.
well,
maybe if your YouTube career or our collectively or separately, we got to start getting some of that sweet AdSense revenue.
yeah, or we just need to start or we just need to start like leaning in on bashing Owen like a lot more and just milking that that fat bear's udders.
I don't think that's the answer. I think milking all lol cows is the answer. And Owen is most certainly both yours and my specialty, but there are plenty other lol cows on the interwebs, and the Ballad of Ethan Ralph, which is a hot button issue in a certain corner of the internet, which, you know what, admittedly might not be a corner that you want to mess with, quite frankly. But I'm just saying though, there's like the hyper focus on Owen thing, for like what Milker does and what he does with his backup channels works, but to do your show and to focus primarily on Owen, I don't think works personally.
No.
I mean, maybe to have like an Owen section every week for a set amount of time where you're like, you discuss the recent events or any hot button issues related to something like that.
Well, I was doing that for a while. I mean, but that was mainly because he was giving me a damn good reason to, because he kept trying to take my podcast off of Spotify. So it was like a poke war. He would poke me, I would poke him back, and it was eventually he just got tired of it, I guess. So
he had bigger gamers to fry.
Yeah. Yeah, Nero goes, Hangouts was awesome, even we could use it. Yeah, exactly. that is one of the things I do miss Google Hangouts. So, um, I wish they had taken I wish they hadn't gotten rid of Hangouts on air. Let's see.
All
Oh,
right. So
uh,
have you talked about Joe Biden calling and half an auditorium full of active soldiers? What did he call them? Uh,
he called them fools or something like that, right?
no, it's like dumb shits or something. It was like I thought he said an expletive.
Yeah, I was just gonna get into that actually.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me now see. This is interesting because I had a tweet bookmarked on this earlier on it to pull up on the show, and now that I'm looking, the tweet appears to be gone. So that's that's not suspicious at all. So, but yeah, I do know that you called him a name. So let's find out what that was. So I'll pull up the screen momentarily. And Sawson says that I need to start fundraising for Sam Taria, which I mean, I'm already crowdfunding for Gamataria.
Oh, I'm muted. Sorry. Um, no, that's a noble goal, Sam Taria. I would live there as long as I'm head of the slaves or whatever.
Well, uh,
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. Oh shit, this is not good. This is not good at all. He he called an Iowa voter who's also a soldier a lying dog-faced pony soldier. Yeah, that's not good at all. For Biden at least.
No.
That's great for Trump. And and all of these articles, or most of them anyway, on Google are trying to okay, here we go. Here's a good article. The New York Times is trying to like justify and say that that's not what he actually meant. Bullshit, it's not. So let's see here. Okay. Gamma, can you hear me still?
I can still hear you. Yeah, I'm just trying to find a place to take a piss. Sorry, I'm gonna be muted for a second.
Okay. So, I'm actually going to read this article for you. And speaking of Sam Taria donations, if you would like to donate, streamlabs.com / Whitfield Report. $1 donation, TTS. And I should have announced at the beginning of the show, but I didn't. So, thank you for your interest, though.
Well, once again, Shovel Point coming through says, "Clap for that, you stupid bastards," is what Biden said to that room full of soldiers.
Oh well, there's a dog-faced pony soldier comment there as well, which isn't much better. That's what I'm seeing here. But anyway, yeah. Okay, so okay, this was from last week, I guess. Uh, Still though. Student Biden called lying dog-faced pony soldier. But I can't speak. Says she was humiliated. The college student branded a lying dog-faced pony soldier by Joe Biden said on Monday that being on the receiving end of a dig from the former vice president was quote-unquote humiliating. Madison Moore, 21, told the Macon Telegraph that for people to wave off the bizarre jibe as a joke was quote-unquote kind of insulting. It was kind of humiliating to be called a liar on national TV by the former vice president, Moore told the newspaper. Instead of answering that question straightforward, his immediate response was to attempt to invalidate me by exposing my inexperience. The Mercer University economics student was at a New Hampshire campaign event on Sunday with a school trip when she asked the Democrat presidential hopeful about the viability of his campaign, given his fourth-place standing in the Iowa caucus. Oh wow, this was from a while ago. Then I guess.
Oh, yeah, I remember that actually. That was from a while ago.
What?
But yeah, just yesterday or the day before, I think it was yesterday, that Biden to a room full of soldiers was like, "Oh, I appointed so and so, Secretary General. Clap for that, you stupid bastards." I don't remember what he said, but he said, "Clap for that, you stupid bastards," to a room full of fucking soldiers, active duty motherfucking soldiers. So
That
contrast that with the sourceless, baseless, whatever that accusation was about Trump recently. Calling soldiers losers that were buried in France or whatever the fuck it was. I can't remember, but it was baseless.
That is weird though, because I typed in Joe Biden soldier. I typed in Joe Biden soldier into the search here, and it keeps coming up with articles that go back to February. So yeah, so I guess that's Google being their usual shady self. But yeah, I mean, does Biden even know what he's saying half the time anymore?
No, I don't think that he does, and I don't think that he's going to debate. And I mean, in an apocalyptic scenario in which Donald Trump loses the election, Joe Biden will not be the president. He will step down immediately if Trump loses. Again, in this apocalyptic scenario.
Well, did you hear the gaffe that Harris made like last week?
No. Oh, about Tupac?
No, she made it.
Oh.
No, she made a gaffe where she said, and during the Harris Biden, administration. So I thought that was interesting. It was like a 3-second gaffe, but even so, she said Harris Biden, not Biden Harris.
Yeah. Well, again, I think it was either just yesterday, maybe it was today. She was asked who the greatest rapper alive was, and her response was Tupac, who's been dead for like 20 something years.
And people think my references are outdated, which I mean they kind of are, but I mean at least I know that Tupac is dead. So let's see here. Um, let's see. Nerai just sent me a link, so
Yeah, watch
um,
it.
and no, it doesn't work, Nerai. I just it said that uh that link does not exist. So everyone knows that Tone Lock is the greatest. That's pretty funny.
That is funny, dude. Fucking. Oh man. Um, what else we got? Oh, I randomly popped into I don't know if you saw this, but I got a notification because I have basically no notifications on for any of my anything like YouTube, Twitter. Sorry for the beeping. Um, I basically I have your notifications on for your Twitter. Anytime you post basically anything, I get a notification, and that's it on Twitter. Other than that, there's like maybe 5 or 6 YouTube channels that I have the pop up notification on because otherwise it's just too goddamn much, man. Um, but anyway, Donnie recently I turned her notifications off, but I turned it to live video only. So when she does a live video on Twitter, I'll get a notification for that.
That
So one popped up.
that's smart because I had notifications turned on for her as well, and
There's just
well,
so many of them. It's
well
just too many of them.
I actually, this is hilarious. I drained my battery just from her notifications alone on my phone. So
Right. So the point though that I was trying to make is like I got a notification, a pop up, and a sound on my phone from Donnie. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I clicked it, and it's her like doing a live Twitter video, and she's like, just kind of her eyes are just kind of darting back and forth, and she looks incredibly nervous. She's like, she's not saying anything. She didn't know what the fuck she was doing. So I commented real quick. I'm like, hey. She's like, oh, like the relief on her face when she saw my chat was really funny. So I clipped it. But anyway, I ended up talking to her. She pulled me in on a StreamYard thing. And we talked for like 20, 30 minutes or something, just about random shit. And one of the things that I remembered talking to her that I keep forgetting to talk about on this show is critical race theory and Trump's recent shift to focus on it. And I know I've brought it up, and you had mentioned you were like, oh, I'm not, you weren't super familiar with it. And I think I brought this up last night too, didn't I?
yeah, and
Scorpio.
and
Yeah.
I think I told you that I'm now familiar with what that
Yeah.
means, right?
Yeah.
In
Yeah. Because
fact,
you've dealt with it firsthand. Right.
yeah, I so in the class I'm taking, and I know that Nirai will be fascinated to hear this because he and I when Nirai used to stream, he and I used to talk about what a ripoff college was, back then, and so this semester I'm taking a marketing class where I have to basically I'm taking like a level 3 marketing class or um whatever. It's pretty advanced, and so at this point, like I should be learning more advanced, things like how to write, marketing campaigns and business plans and whatnot, right? But Thursday, I had a 2 hour lecture on diversity in the workplace and in corporate America, and on critical race theory. And like, we took a look at all these like racist quote unquote ad campaigns, and at one point I said to the professor, I said, well, if these ads are so racist and horrible, why then, instead of like trying to boycott, I said I understand. I said I understand boycotting the company, but instead of having a CEO removed, why don't the people who are just offended by whatever the ad is, why don't they go and start their own businesses? So, and because I'm a capitalist, but you would have thought, by me suggesting that, you would have thought that I was making some horrible you would have thought that I was making some horrible statement. So, and yeah,
I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm here. I just kind of got lost in my tabs. My bad.
I just joined your server too, Apex.
Good.
So
good. Yeah, no.
I'm afraid now.
You should be.
I'm
just kidding.
I'm not
sure what I'm afraid of.
I'm in the house of the Gammas now.
Gamma. I just started it to talk to Hi Crypto. I'm not sure who that is. But anyway, yeah, no, I just started it because it's easy to do. And my other internet friends that I was mentioning last night, Mr. and Mrs. Laurent, they're asking me advice on how to stream, and I'm like, I don't know how the fuck to stream, dude. I've done everything from my phone. I'm like, first you can start a Discord. And originally they literally had 3 cell phones, and 1 laptop. They would like stream from the laptop and then like call their guest from one of the phones and put that up to the computer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like straight up, yeah, like legit ghetto. 3 phones and a laptop, I called it, the show. But no, they figured it out. Yeah, no. So I started. I've not invited anybody to my server because I have no reason to do so. I mean, everybody else's. I don't do anything in mine. But if I'm trying to get some new folks, I like talking to people. So if anybody wants to talk to me, they can do it there without bothering other people, I guess.
Well, they'll never bother me if they're in my server. So.
Oh, I don't know about that, man. Never say never.
I mean, I talk to you just like every day, and people
just about, yeah.
And people want to know how I put up with you because you're such a gamma, and I would say that's why I put up with you, because you're my gamma. So.
Yeah, I'm your retard. As I have proclaimed drunkenly at least once.
No. I am your retard, Sammy. So.
Yeah, no. I'm your. Well, it was more like no, Sammy. I'm your fucking retard. I'm your retard, Sammy. It was more like that. Something like that.
Also, you made that. I'm pretty sure you made Saucon cry by saying that gammas don't exist. So.
Well, they're not real any more than goddamn fucking ghosts do. or demons, or well, I don't know about demons, but ghosts and anything else that like a bunch of people believe that there's no proof for.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure vampires. I'm pretty sure vampires exist though. So
They might, yeah, they might. That's true.
and I'm pretty sure they're all women because my ex girlfriend pretty much tried sucking the life force out of me before she dumped me. So, but
Well, fuck that bitch, man.
yep, that's what I said. But yeah, so uh I know I talked with Phil, but I like I said earlier, I'm really happy uh that Florida is now officially mask free. So now I can finally go outside and not have to worry about being penalized for not wearing a mask because
They
DeSantis
couldn't anyway, dude. They never could. That's the whole thing.
they
Like, I mean,
they never
they
could.
could threaten that they could, but they couldn't. You could fight that shit in court, any day of any week.
They never could, but I mean, DeSantis pretty much said "fuck that shit." So, um, so now like it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, no. Didn't he? Didn't he also something about people operating vehicles that encounter a mob not being held accountable if they happen to
Oh yeah,
like.
oh yeah. Thanks for reminding me. I was so excited. I'm saying "fuck you" to the mask people that I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
Um, so two things. He said that basically if your life is in danger by one of these protesters and they're trying to block your way, you can you know you can basically run them over now if they're
Well, yeah.
if
You can
they're
use you can use your vehicle like a firearm, basically. If they're smashing your fucking windows and you drive through the motherfuckers, you're not going to be charged with assault with a deadly weapon. You will be treated as a self-defense case, as it should be,
right.
right? I mean, that's what I read from it.
Yeah, and then the other thing that he did was he I don't know if this is legal yet, but he has proposed legislation that would basically circumvent Black Lives Matter, what they're trying to do right now, which is um, basically some of these states have retarded the laws where if you get shot by a police officer or something, instead of suing the department, you can now sue the police officer individually and go after his assets. But DeSantis basically said that that's not going to happen. That you can't personally, that victims can't personally sue cops anymore. So it's protecting the cops from all of these Antifa and BLM wannabes that attack them. So that's good news as well.
Muted. Oh, I was muted. Sorry. No, that for sure is good news. I was just noticing that Scorpio fucking sliding in the Discord on the sly, not commenting in the chat. Oh, you know what? I did post it in Sauce and Zone. Never mind. Never mind. False alarm. Um, yeah, no, that's good though, dude. I'm happy to hear that, and I have a feeling that there will be more to follow. My home state is pretty red. Um, I actually saw for the first time ever a corner side, like a street corner, like what do you call it? They had like three tents set up, and they had every fucking Trump kind of flag and pin and button you could think of. Women for Trump, Trump Pence 2020, et cetera, et cetera. American flags, the blue line, the thin blue line American flag, et cetera. And I stopped and talked to him, but I didn't have my phone handy. I didn't buy nothing because I didn't have that much money. They wanted like fucking $25 for a flag. I'm like, no, sorry, I don't know. Because I don't know their affiliation. They could have, I mean, in this day and age, dude, anybody could fucking get a bunch of flags printed from anywhere. I don't know that they're affiliated with the Trump campaign. I didn't see any official documentation. But it was interesting to talk to them. And people were like honking, and people stopped and bought shit, but I just stopped and wanted to talk to, because me, I just like to talk to people. Like, Trump's our savior. I'm like, okay, yeah, okay. I mean, whatever. I'm not gonna get into that.
Oh, so there were those people.
The TDS on the other end of the spectrum, yeah. I see more and more of it, man. It kind of freaks me out.
Yeah, that freaks me out too. I have two neighbors who are I have two neighbors who I love dearly. They're terrific people, but they pretty much think that like Trump was anointed by God to be the president or something like that. And when you get to that level of like, I like Trump, but I'm not under the impression at all that he was anointed by God to be the president. So,
well, I mean, that's the thing is like, can I help you, motherfucker? Sorry, shining a flashlight in my motherfucking car in my face. No, this is the argument that I have with my super liberal friend all the time, because admittedly, I have a problem where like I talk to him like I talk to people on the internet, where I kind of speak in memes, and like I don't really define my beliefs that well. I'm really ambiguous, and I just kind of toss platitudes out there. I mean, I mostly talk to him in memes, and I don't mean to. And he gets so bent out of shape, and he is under the impression that Trump is my guy. Like he's the now. This is where shit gets fucking fishy, because, or not fishy, but like kind of whatever. I don't even know what to call it at this point, but like, because I do really like Trump. I like a lot of the things that he stands for. I don't. Evil Eric said this either in Discord or on Twitter, or maybe both. Well over a year ago, he was like, "I don't give a fuck what Trump says. Like in public, in press conferences, none of that shit matters to me. What matters is what he does policy-wise, what he's doing to actually change the way we live, not what he's saying with his words." And that kind of, kind of poetically, or maybe not, sort of sums up the way I feel about the dude. Like it's been said in more, poetic terms, but he's kind of, I've always seen him as like a bull in a china shop with a lead on, that has, or not, maybe not a lead, but like with some direction to it, that's in the china shop, and he's going to smash the fuck out of basically everything, but not everything. Like maybe it has some consciousness to, exactly what, I don't know. I kind of lost my analogy, because once again, there's like 20, 30 fucking people around my car.
I can hear them in the background too, and it sounds like one.
Yeah.
It sounds like one guy said shit.
Probably.
Or something.
At least he didn't say the N-word.
No, oh yeah, because God forbid, that then I would really get that. Then the stream would just simultaneously combust.
Yeah.
But no, evil Eric also said that which I think is smart. And I said in 2016, I said, look, I'm not a Trump guy because I think that Trump is so wonderful. I'm a Trump guy because I'm anti-Hillary, and because his existence pisses him off. So, also, Apex, no, I will not shut my dirty mouth in your in your Discord.
Oh no, I made a big mistake, didn't I?
So, in
I'm
fact,
just, you know what? I'm just gonna inundate all of you fuckers with kitten pics, like multiple daily updates of the tiny little kittens that I'm taking care of.
I will inundate you with doggo pics then. But yeah, so Evil Eric was right about that, but also Evil Eric was right when he said the word boobs on Twitter earlier this evening.
He was also right when he said having to cover this pretty face with a mask. I'm now forced to show more dick cleavage, and I co-sign that.
Yeah. Evil Eric may be the gayest straight man that I know.
I don't know, dude. Johnny's up there.
Oh yeah, Johnny was talking some shit to me last night. So as he always does, because he's Johnny.
Sammy, I need you to do me a favor. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
I need you to go into the YouTube chat and just out of spite, I want you to appoint Shovel a wrench so that Shovel Wrench Point will be born right before our eyes.
Shovel
Or
one.
don't. She thinks that that shovels are better. No wrench. No wrench for Shovel Point. See? So now maybe you should. Oh, man. I don't know. Conflict.
Too late.
No. You know what? I like having a non-wrench in the chat. It's good. It's good balance. And Shovel Point talks a lot of shit. So I mean, I'm down to keep it either way. You're the boss though, Sam. So
I mean, I could be a dick and put he, she, it into a timeout as well.
Don't you dare!
But
I will quit in protest.
but I'm not Mersh, so.
Oh, no name. See, no name. See, now we've got two. We've got two non-wrenches in the chat, and only one of them is in my Discord. Imagine that.
Well, we need to add like some more sections into your Discord. Not right now, obviously, but
Sure. I mean, I will. It's just, again, I told you, I just kind of whipped the fucking thing together. Oh my God, I think vehicles are moving.
so,
I might be able to go home.
Yay!
You know, the best part is I don't have to walk a quarter mile to go get a beer. I can just sit in my car, as I have been doing now for about an hour, and drive home and walk 15 steps to my fridge. Oh my God, yep. Vehicles are moving. Holy shit.
That's always nice, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, most definitely. Oh shit. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna mute for just a second because it's gonna be really loud because my car is loud. So talk about boobs, Sam, because I know that's a topic you enjoy. Tell the chat. I don't know, hold on.
Well, the chat already knows that I'm. The chat already know. The chat already knows that I'm a straight white male. 25, and uh, you know, in the
Bro,
words of
this isn't your fucking Tinder profile. I was just saying, like, you know.
I was gonna try and say something funny. In the words of Bill O'Reilly, fuck it, we're doing it live. So, um, let's see.
You know. God damn it, dude.
I actually
My clutch is going out in my car, and it's really ugly. Behind me,
Clutch is a great band. Clutch is a great band, though. You have to admit. So
I don't have to admit a goddamn thing, Sam. Other than it is very precarious backing out of. Holy fuck! There's so many cars. I'm not sure why I'm still talking to you. I'm trying to do this. But I am. Oh my god, I'm on the road. All right. Okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't muted. Yeah. So, what are we talking about, Sam? I don't even remember. I just got real excited because I've been sitting in this fucking car waiting for people to move, and they finally, all three of the motherfucking cars moved at the same time. You can still hear me, right?
well, I have no idea what we're talking about anymore. I mean, we already talked about Comey Barrett. See, this is the thing: is we get the serious news out of the way at the beginning of the show, and then we just goof off. That hence the nature of the Whitfield report. So
Just kind of shit talk the rest of the time. Yeah, that's true. I mean, but I feel like there was we were talking about something before I got all excited about vehicles moving and able to go home.
we were talking about Evil Eric is a man after my own heart because
Oh, that's right.
he
Dick cleavage and such.
he mentioned titties, Dan, I'll just say it. Those are my favorite things, and the fucking feminists can't take that away from me.
Sammy, see, you can't be so selective though, bro, because the same day he said boobs, he talked about dick cleavage. So, I mean, you could go through, you know, I was going to use an Owen reference, but that's not fair. My brain wouldn't let me do it. My mouth wouldn't let me do it. To be like, oh, you could go through an Owen Benjamin stream and be like, oh yeah, those are good things, which people do. You can't do that. Evil Eric is better than Owen Benjamin, but not by much. He's just a better gay man. That's all.
He's just a gay or straight man. If that's the.
Yeah, okay. No, okay. He's better in all realms. He's more gay and more straight, and more man, and more woman, and more gay, and more straight.
And
I think I said.
And he's a great artist. So, too, he's the one who did the logo for the show.
He did my Twitter thing, profile pic thing. My cool Secret King guy.
So, and Saucin, I mean, don't sell yourself short. You might not. I know that in my Discord, Saucin has her name as like limited competence sauce, but Dawson knows more about memes than I will ever know.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's a fucking admirable. It's not even admirable. It's marketable in this day and age. So I have had ideas of memes, but I've never made one. I've never even attempted to. I've retweeted them and reshared them, on various platforms, but yeah, never made one. Wouldn't even really know where to start, quite frankly.
I'm gonna tell you something that I haven't told. Well, I guess I'm telling the whole. Uh,
Fucking internet. Yeah, go ahead, Sammy. What do you got there?
it's not. It's nothing bad. It's nothing. It's nothing bad at all.
Sure.
I was just going to say that for a while I have considered doing I've around the time that we broke up with Owen. Oh God, that sounded really gay to say that.
That sounded so gay, bro. That sounded so gay. Holy shit. Unironically. Okay, but continue.
Okay, well, you get what I mean though. At the time the Deja. Oh my God!
I fucking can't, dude. I'm sorry. I can't.
That definitely got clipped. I know that's gonna be on the internet out there some.
Please, Andy. I know you don't clip us, but please clip that.
What
I'm just kidding. By the time that you broke up with Owen, or that Owen broke your heart, or whatever it was you were saying.
Well, listen, I was never in love with Owen.
I'm sorry, dude. No, of course you weren't. I was just leaning into the fucking joke.
But I will say that I loved hating Owen for a while, so much so to the point that initially when the DZ split up with Owen's crew, there's the proper terminology that I wanted to use. When the DZ separated, I thought going to like an open mic show just to do stand up and show that tall fat boy that I can do better stand up as an open, or I can do sit down better than he can do stand up.
That's actually a solid punchline for a joke. Not gonna lie.
And
but yeah, no. Go ahead.
And then I was like, I'm not going to. It's a waste of time. But I mean, now that things are starting to reopen, I'm considering doing it again. Maybe. I don't know if I will.
I said, why? I was saying, why the fuck not, dude? Like, I mean, if it's like anything else, dude, if it's something you actually care about, you practice, and if you take the time to actually write jokes, think about them. Like, I don't give a fuck who you are or what your background is. Like, you could be funny. You could tell jokes.
Well, I mean, I feel like I do kind of write I do write jokes for this show, kind of, but as I've said before, my main comedic influences Dennis Miller, who makes our arcane references, and if there's anything I'm good at, it's making arcane references, because I've made jokes in here that not even you guys have understood. But yeah, Top Feed Coco says Sam got an annulment. So, well, like I said, I was never in love with Owen. I was more in love with the community of Owen, which ended up being the Gammas anyway. So,
Yeah.
which, but no, I mean, like I said, once the clubs open, like I said, I might do sit down again. I have a couple of. The other thing is, my jokes are so politically incorrect that they'll either go off really well, or they'll either get crickets. So,
Bro, you should let me live vicariously through you, and you should tell some of my George Floyd jokes.
I mean,
That was the joke. That was the joke. I wouldn't expect you to do that. I wouldn't expect you to do that. I wouldn't expect anybody to. I was scared as fuck to do it, but I was going to do it, and I may still have to, because Hoax Wars is, he's finicky. He does his thing when he does his thing, and apparently the whole thing was my idea. He says it was the whole George Floyd comedy roast was my idea. I don't recall that being the case, because he brought it up on a D-Live stream one time as a joke, and I mentioned it in DMs, and he was like, "Oh no, that was a joke." I was like, "Oh no, that's funny, dude. Like we should do that." So, like,
well,
people, I can't even remember all the names, but there's, Anthony Cumia has been added a few times. He never responded to it, but there's been a couple of others, like, notable, that I can't remember their names off the top of my head, that were added by Hoax Wars Discord crew. Like, hey, are you interested in doing an all-star comedy roast of George Floyd? And they're like, fucking tell me when. But yeah, so I actually took it more seriously than I'm taken most things in recent time, and I've actually tried, like, writing jokes down, and I don't really have an audience to try them on, and most of them are bad. I know they're bad, but I don't know what else to do. I was just gonna go and fucking set myself on fire on the Hoax War stream, because again, apparently it was my idea. But even if it wasn't, I was such an advocate for it. Like, I don't give a fuck. I'll make it funny, whether it's cringe funny or actual funny. I don't care.
I've done that. I've done that before. I mean, how I just did that 5 minutes ago, where I made a faux pas. So, and we laughed about it. So that's the other thing I wanted to bring up, is all these grifters. They take themselves way too seriously. I like laughing at my mistakes. So
Yeah. That's I know I sent it to you and Matt in DMs on Twitter, but I hope you actually watch that. And I know the context is going to be kind of lost on you. But it's that video, it's like a 56 or 57-minute video of it's called the Ballad of Ethan Ralph by Mr. Medicare, but it's actually not by Mr. Medicare, because Mr. Medicare is dying of some sort of, like, lymphoma. He's got some kind of cancer.
oh shit!
And he hasn't been doing any kind of content recently. And what Mr. Medicare used to do was mock people exactly like Owen. Well, Owen to a lesser extent, but Ethan Ralph, who was very close to Mr. Medicare's orbit in the last few years. He would make fun of them and point out all their flaws, and or not all their flaws, but all their mistakes, and lay it out in a really funny manner. And this person, the channel name is called Kill All Pedos. Literally, that's the name of the channel. It's also the same on Twitter, Kill All Pedos. They went through all of Mr. Mediker's old videos and pulled out audio clips of him saying certain things, and they clipped together an hour-long video of Mr. Mediker describing Ethan Ralph's downfall without Mr. Mediker actually doing so. It's so incredibly good. I mean, you can hear some of the clips in the audio, like where he clips things together. Sorry, but it's really good, and it describes quite accurately the current state of Ethan Ralph and how he got where he is. And it's good. It's good stuff. Everybody should watch it if you're at all interested. If you've ever watched Jerry Springer and thought it was funny, watch that fucking video.
Which I have, and I never thought that Jerry Springer was that funny, but I still might watch it just to catch up on the internet, drama. So,
well, it's listen, it's not only good in the audio editing factor or like quality, but it's so much like a Mr. Mediker video, where like the way that the information is broken down, it doesn't go through the whole fucking past 5+ years of Ethan Ralph's history. He starts at a certain point, and it's, dude, I mean, having been a fan of Mr. Mediker for a long time, and knowing how he does his videos, this video, I have a hard time believing in my own head, and I have not said this publicly before now, that Mr. Mediker is not involved in the making of this video somehow. Because like there's a lot of clips in there that I can remember, specifically the video that the audio clip comes from. You know what I mean? Like he would be randomly talking about some random Tumblr bullshit, and he would say something memorable. But like there's so much in there so specific to Ethan Ralph that it's like, man, this dude's, just had fucking chemotherapy and shit, according to him. But yeah, I don't know. It's really good. It's really funny, and it's informative, especially if you're not as well informed on the whole internet blood sports side of the internet. Yeah, it's good. It's very good. I highly recommend it. It's again, an hour-long video is an hour-long video, and it's hard for me to watch an hour-long video for anything.
Were you Apex? Were you around during the Porcelain era of documentaries?
Fuck yeah, dude! Porcelain was one of the first. Now I actually have to. I can't say this for a fact, but I'm pretty certain that Porcelain gets the top tier credit for breaking me out of the not even breaking me out of, but just like providing me the first insight to like who Owen really was outside of what I had seen in his Smarter Than the Average Bear documentary.
Yeah.
Which everyone, of course, should be, at least everyone here should be familiar with. But I remember watching it, and I'm like, I watched a good bit of it, and I eventually turned it off because, like, not out of, I mean, I don't know if it was out of just like frustration, because I'm like, I don't know enough about what this dude's talking about to say it's not true. But I didn't like what I was hearing ultimately, and it was either the next day or shortly thereafter that I watched the rest of it. I started it from the beginning and watched the whole thing. And around that time was when Johnny Arcade's videos started popping up, and all the pieces started coming together in my head. Like, holy shit, I was there when Owen read those dudes' names out on stream, and I like had, started reminiscing about how I felt when that happened as a fan of his. a brain dead fucking idiot that didn't took things at face value, which is really stupid to do on the internet. Really stupid to do. Don't do that, everyone.
Well, I can kind of, I think enough time has passed now that I can kind of fill you in on some of the lore of that a bit behind the scenes.
I mean, I think I should be pretty well caught up on it. I don't know how much you want to reveal to chat, but
well, and I mean, yeah, and obviously this is for the chat too, and it's nothing really. It's nothing really like I'm not breaking anything that is like going to change anything or everything. But I will say this. Really, Porcelain was the first one who he was planning on making this Owen Benjamin documentary, I guess, beforehand. And
Porcelain's a fucking legend, dude. I don't know what that dude does for a living. I don't know what he's done since he, left the internet, but not just his Owen documentary. Everything that he did was so top tier. Like, he reminded me of a fucking journalist, like a really talented journalist, I guess. The way he, his attention to specific, certain details and the way he would expound upon them in his videos. I mean, they were all they are all really good, and the internet is not the same without him. If I mean, YouTube at least is not the same without him, in my opinion.
well,
But yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Porcelain.
well, I know that he was. So I mean, this is pretty. This is I think now this is
Johnny pointed it out. Porcelain had the plan. You guys had the DZ had the info, so it was a perfect marriage, I would imagine. In that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what happened. We had all the info on what had happened, but Porcelain was the only one who was really willing to talk to us at first, at least.
Well,
and then
I would have. I mean, the way I take it is like Porcelain had already like kind of had a bead on Owen.
Yeah.
And you guys met each other as a result and had all of the info and more that Porcelain could ever need for said documentary. So again, that just speaks to, if that's true, or if I'm recounting that correctly, then that just speaks to the journalistic mindset that I see in him, that I've seen in him and all of his work. Because if it wasn't just a random happenstance, like, oh, you guys randomly met and it's like, oh yeah, I make videos about shit, yeah, let's do this one on Owen. If it was like he had already found Owen and was like, oh, this dude's wild, and found the DZ as a result, which you guys obviously had all the in, again, just speaks more to his integrity as an investigative, type of mind. And again, I think the internet is a little less without him out there doing stuff. I like Beige Frequency too, but he's not quite the same.
I like Beige Frequency too, but Porcelain had that something that was.
Well, first of all, it was a British accent. I mean,
well,
let's not discount that.
Well, there's that, but then like just his style was like like when you see it, oh, that's a Porcelain documentary. So the funny thing about that doc too is there's actually an IMDb page for it, and I actually have an acting credit on in there. I actually have an IMDb acting credit as a result of that doc. Funny enough, And did you find the doc for Saucin Apex or?
I did, yeah. I did, yeah.
I sent that. So I sent that doc to our friend Matt, and he was like, "That's wild." So it's
It is a wild documentary.
I I sent him Scorpio's one on Teddy Spaghetti too. So which I'm not sure. Have you seen Scorpio's Teddy Spaghetti?
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah,
So
yeah. You can hear me, right?
yeah, that one is. I've watched that documentary like 5 or 6 times. So it's and the interesting thing is like I'm learning how to do video editing myself, but um I just haven't found anything to do with documentary on yet, I guess. So I might do doc on this on my own show, but I don't know. That would be too much of a flashback for me. See. Um. Uh. Oh yeah, and the game drops. And yes, Hassan. Well, Porson's no longer doing videos anymore, so I think his archive is pretty complete. But
Yeah, he never deleted anything.
no, I saved a bunch of his stuff though to just be on the safe side.
Can you hear this fucking kitten purring up in my face right now?
No, but just the visual of that is adorable.
He's all up in my shit, man. He's purring so loud, I can't believe you can't hear him.
I call them living motors when they do that.
They're so sweet. They're such assholes, man, but they're so sweet when they want to be.
Is that one of your torties that you've got?
No, this is my my orange one with like the weirdest pattern I've ever seen on a cat. Like he's got like stripes on his head, on his forehead, down to like his shoulder blades that turns into. Okay, so he's like a light tan based cat, and then from his eyebrows to his forehead, he's got dark brown lines, and those dark brown lines turn into like dark brown dots, I guess, which turn into long, swirly, dark lines, which turn into the opposite light tan spots on dark tan fur. It's really fucking weird, and he's got a long face, and he purrs fucking loud, and he's all up in my shit, and I mean, he's a sweet little boy, but he's like, oh, I mean, he's a kitten, dude. Kittens are all the fucking same. Oh, you're eating something? That's mine, right? You're doing something that's mine, right? You're plugging your phone in, that charger cord is mine, right? That sort of thing. I practice my field goals with them, and they learn pretty quick.
Yeah,
that's a joke. Joke. No.
I'm a sicko because I laughed my ass off at.
No, I'm glad you did, because it made it more obvious it was a joke. Because if you didn't laugh, I would have sounded like a fucking psychopath. Listen, meow for the chat. Will you meow for the chat? Okay, he runs away. All right, fine. Anyway, I'm fucking dude. I can't even believe that I'm home. I felt like I was in like an outdoor prison for the longest time there, and
I
all the while I was with you, Sam. It's just weird.
that's how I felt when I was at the Young Libertarians conference last summer when I took a road trip. I enjoyed going on the trip with my buddies, but once I was there, I felt like my friends and I were in prison with a bunch of kids who thought they were all economists. So
Yeah,
Sa- Samatara is an indoor prison. Well, I mean, yeah, it kind of is, Sawson. Where else would I keep people?
in mason jars in some undisclosed location, maybe.
No, that's another guy that does that. That's I can't even remember what that
You talking about Slattery?
No, not I mean Slatter too, but there was that one bald guy who was there was that one bald guy who was like who was hitting on John Arcade and like saying that he wanted to like meet up with them and then like shoot oh what's that what's the I I I'm almost afraid because I feel like if I remember what the guy's name is, uh, he'll like come back and like nom and like nom
Like Voldemort type thing?
yeah and like nom my face off or something like that. So, but yeah, there were a bunch of weirdos that we attracted along the way.
Man, um, I just had something that I thought was really profound to say, which is why I said wow. And then I looked at the chat and saw top feed saying they feel like they're in hell's waiting room because the jokes are hot. And I completely 100% lost my train of thought. Like, I don't even remember what I was thinking about or what we were even talking about just now. Because I can't tell if that was like a jab.
Listen, we don't try and do we don't even try and do comedy here. The funniest bits are the ones that just happen when we don't try.
Hey, you know who's not white people?
You?
No, I'm white, Sam. If you had to guess, who would look like white people but aren't white people?
Uh, Russian.
Oh, damn it! I think Russians are white, actually.
Joe Joe Rogan calls Russians the angry white people, which is hilarious to me.
Well, I was just trying to throw back to when I was super drunk on the Whitfield report, and I was ranting about Jews claiming to be white people only when it was convenient, but they're not white people by their own standards.
No.
Oh, I can say the N-word, but I can't say that, huh? Okay.
Well, according to Owen, I have Israeli handlers, right?
She better be holding on tight.
Oh, she does.
I mean, you've seen those. I mean, since military service is like mandatory in Israel, they've got some pretty hot soldiers, man. So your
Us.
Israeli handler might be a sexy ass Yudin.
Well, Apex, why do you think I like the Israelis? It's not because of the guys or because of the traditions or anything like that. No, it's the IDF chicks. I'll be upfront. I'll be upfront about that. So
It's oh, I see. So it's because they're by their own doctrine, their bloodline can only be passed through women. So I mean, why be attracted to the dudes? When to really get into the tribe, you need the women, right, Sam? I mean,
I'm
I was trying to make a gay joke. I was trying to make a gay joke, and I got lost. I lost myself there, man, because that was too. There were too many facets to that possible joke. I'm
my
sorry.
my 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 response to that. My response to that would have been I saw where you're trying. I saw where you were trying to go with that, and my response would have been again. I'm not Owen Benjamin. The worst part
Well,
of
yeah, bro.
the
Go
worst
ahead.
the worst part of that though is I've had IRL friends who will like try and make a gay joke to me, and I'll say something like I will say to them, I'm not Owen Benjamin," and they'll be like, it's like you trying to explain internet stuff to your IRL friends. They have no idea who Owen Benjamin is, but the context is lost. Oh
Which
no.
is why you have to stop using it. Because I learned that a long time ago. I tried so hard on at least a dozen occasions to be like, okay, so Owen Benjamin, he's this character. And I could try to show them Johnny Arcade clips. I'd avoid using my voice, my channel, and be like, yeah, I don't get it. Excuse me, by the way. Be like, yeah, bro, I don't get it. I don't understand. Like,
No,
there's so much nuance to it.
well,
Um,
no. What's funny though is I was at a Young Republican when I was at that Young Republicans conference. There were people who were at the time planning on inviting Owen to speak at their campus for like free speech week or whatever, which is hilarious to me in and of itself. Um, and I actually showed them the Johnny Arcade videos and the Porcelain documentary, like part of it. And by the end of it, they were like, "Oh yeah, yeah. Thanks for showing us that. I don't think we're going to have them on campus anytime soon." So I mean, it does work. It the clips do work when you need them to, but it's nothing that I bring up generally anymore. But I don't know, the inside jokes just make me laugh, just like they make you laugh. Yeah, most do not even know who he is, but how dare he? So he is the funniest comedian alive.
no, I mean, I can't argue with that because like I find a great deal of joy in laughing at things that people have no high fucking idea why I'm laughing. Um, Especially some of these niche internet things. When I can paint them in a way that they're like they can get just enough information. Like Owen has provided plenty of content for this sort of thing, where I'll be like, I'll pull up a clip and be like, watch this dude, and they'll either be like, what the fuck? Why would? Wow, yeah, or they'll be like, wait, does he do that all the time? And I'll show them another clip or whatever. You know what I mean?
But
And the general consensus though is why do you even know this dude exists?
yeah,
Why do you how can you show how do you know all these nuances to this character? Oh well Owen Benjamin is one of probably a dozen that I that I have fairly intimate knowledge of, because I mean that video I talked about earlier, which is so perfectly Mr. Medicare, talks about internet blood sports and why it's appealing. It's popcorn entertainment, and one of the biggest appeals to it is it's like Jerry Springer with a bigger audience and more audience interaction. Like the audience being able to interact with the people doing the shows, and provide sometimes false information or incendiary information, true or false, to the equation. It was fun. It was fun, and it was mostly bullshit, almost entirely bullshit. But it paints a very clear picture as to why people do. It was, it's funny because it's not even fucking Mr. Medicare saying it, but it is exactly. I feel like it. I mean, clearly it's what he would say, just not in the order that he said it. That the it's a lowbrow form of entertainment, sometimes occupied by higher IQ people than others, but it's generally occupied by the same kind of people that watch Jerry Springer
well,
and watch it and believe it and think, not just believe it, but identify with it and have to see it, type of thing. It's a weird new thing, but yeah, I'm not sure what the point I was trying to make was, but
well,
it's just fascinating to see the evolution of it is all.
well, but Apex, you actually just made me think of something, and I'm going to try and remember it here before I forget my point. Um, oh yeah, you were talking how a lot of this stuff is niche comedy, and come to think of it, I've always kind of been into niche comedy a bit because I know I've mentioned his name to you multiple times, but I mean, as far as comedian influences go, Dennis Miller is probably my number one comic influence, and I mean his whole thing is extremely niche pop culture references, some of which you get and some of which people don't, and sometimes that's the point of the joke, is that they're so niche that people don't understand. uh they're just like that niche or that meta, I guess. So I mean, I've always been into that type of humor, and I mean, I've kind of tried to make that my thing here too, to a certain extent, with the show.
What do you mean?
Just with making like niche jokes and bringing up like niche topics, um, and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I think I'm not going to lie to you. I think that with a very menial search, you could find a better co-host than me to do what you do. I love being here with you, and I wouldn't change it for I mean, even a party with a bunch of strangers, redneck strangers that I don't know, most of which I don't know, and opting out of cutting up a full pig because I'm one of the few people with culinary fucking experience to be, to come on your show and talk to you, and doing yoga, quote unquote, with a 22-year-old on stream with you, audio only, of course. But no, I have no doubt that you could probably facilitate a better show with someone more oriented to like the professionalism of it. I try. I don't pay enough attention to really anything other than a lot of anything. But like I think your show, you specifically, deserve more attention, and I think with the right, maybe not format, because I mean the format's there, but with the right structure to it and promotion to it, there's no reason you couldn't be making a living off of it.
Yeah,
you make a living off of it, not because I mean, I feel like you deserve it.
well, I mean, I think I'm certainly trending upwards more than I was. More than I was. I will tell you too that I was making money, but before I wasn't really making money before the election, whereas I'm actually starting to make some money off the show now, off of ad revenue from the podcast version, which is nice. But the other thing was, prior to 2016, I had actually gotten offers to have like the show syndicated, not on radio, but like to join bigger like podcast networks and actually get paid. And then those podcast networks went never Trump. So that was fun, and I lost a big chunk of my audience. And then around the time I discovered Owen from Rogan, the person who kind of brought me into the Bears had told me that Owen was kind of a newish conservative, which should have been my warning right then and there, and that the Bears were like a networking group, and we were all going to build something new. So that kind of appealed to me, and it quickly it went from being like more of a collaborative community to being a cult pretty quickly. And by that time, that was kind of when we all decided to bounce and do our own thing, and now here I am. So, but I have a few connections still, but
well, Sawson and so what? Well, Sawson specifically says you guys vibe so well. It's like hanging out with friends. We love it.
Yeah.
And so what? So what says the same thing or something similar. He says, "I like your streams. Don't put yourselves down." Which I certainly wasn't trying to do that. I was just trying to say that I think that personally you could. Well, I don't know. I don't know what I was trying to say. Maybe I was definitely being self-deprecating, as I tend to be. I think what I was trying to say was you could probably do better with someone else, as a regular co-host, someone more attentive, someone more business-minded, someone to help keep you on the ball and themselves on the ball. But I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to do it with you, and I love the chat. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm happy. I'm happy to have you on as well. And I mean, and I critique myself, often. But I mean, part of the whole, I don't know, part of the thing for me was when I started doing this. I used to be, and I know you can't see me right now, but I used to be Let me make sure I'm in camera. I used to be professional in air quotes, whereas like now I find that I do the best podcast when I'm myself, if that makes sense. So instead of just trying to be another guy who's doing right wing talking points all the time, Charlie Kirk, I can just be myself, and whether that means talking politics or just goofing off or doing movie reviews or just doing arcane conversational stuff like this. I enjoy the new format a whole lot more than I did my old one. So that's for sure. So
Yeah.
and I think that like the little mishaps of like you having like cats come up to you or something like that. That's always cool too.
Well, or being just goddamn embarrassingly drunk, Sam. I don't like that. I don't want to do that. I don't like doing that.
But I have to admit, you had one of the funniest lines a few weeks ago that I didn't clip it, but I should have. So we're
What was it?
you basically said that you said Sam, don't lie, you're just the straight version of Owen Benjamin, except instead of dicks, you're obsessed with titties.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So
Yeah. I mean, I stand by that. I co-sign that.
so
I somewhat
yeah, drunk Apex actually holds me accountable. Actually holds me accountable to my quote unquote degeneracy. So.
quote unquote heterosexuality. Let's get it straight.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh god!
There is nothing quote unquote about that. So much to
other than the fact that I just said it, Sammy. Are you discounting my life experience? Are you telling me my life truth isn't? Oh, shit, I don't know. You know what? I'm not fluent enough in SJW. I'm sorry. I lost that joke.
Neither am I, dude. I've been in college for 4 years, and I still can't speak their language. But to quote Owen, I'm not the gay one. You are.
Aww.
Did I just hear Kitty mewing?
I was like, can you hear this? Hold on.
I think I did.
Hi, babies. Yep, just checking on the babies. A couple of them had some goopy eyes over the last couple of days, so I've been having to clean them out and squirt some antimicrobial stuff in them. Their eyeballs are open, though, and they're pretty. Every fucking one of them, all 5 kittens, have got blue eyes. I got 2 black ones with like a little bit of white on their belly. I got 1 tortoiseshell, tortie, as they're referred to. And then I have 2 gray babies. The 2 gray babies are the ones with both of their each one of their left eyes is the ones that their right eyes are the ones that are all gooped up, which is not a good sign for babies that little. But yeah, I'm doing my best to clean them up and stuff. But anyway, every fucking one of them have crystal blue eyes. The blackest little niglets got got crystal blue eyes. The gray baby's got blue eyes. The tortie's got blue eyes. Their mama, that mama makes some really pretty kittens. So
Did you say that their eyes were gooped up or goop or or
goop with a B, gooped up. Like they got fucking like an infection in one of their eyes. Like their left eye was open and their right eye was closed with like eye boogers. And when I softened it up and cleaned it out, they had like pus coming out and shit. So that's not a good thing for babies that little, for sure. But yeah, no, they're gooped up. They're beyond the gooked up stage. They're full round eye at this point. Hail kittens. Yeah, no, they're full round eye, and they're very pretty and they're very cute, but they're dumb little things with tiny little paws and tiny little ears, and they like, you know, they just they're just dumb little things. They don't know what the world is yet. You can still hear me, right? I'm not talking into the void.
much like the college kids who are in for a rude ass awakening when they discover that not everything
They're all yeah.
that and I don't mean to get on my high horse or anything like that, but I will say that is kind of one of the advantages, I guess, to me having like a physical disability is like as an adult at least, like I've had to like come to realize how the real world works somewhat. I'm not perfect at it, obviously, but I'm not under the impression that the world owes me just because I went to college or because my daddy's rich or because I have a degree from such and such school or whatever. So and the fixed top feed has probably the best line of the night. So, this is how I pick gets. Yeah, well, he has more of that pussy than the other pussy. So I don't know. Can we say that on D Live even? I'm not sure about that either.
Oh man, I was muted. No, that's a fact. I definitely have more four-legged pussy. I have had more four-legged pussy in my life than the two-legged pussy of the sexual nature by like an exponential margin.
Same.
They are. Now listen. I would be a liar if I said I didn't pay more attention to the four-legged pussy than to the two-legged pussy. Even though the two-legged pussy is where I get the good stuff from, but it has a mouth usually attached to a brain that's attached to a vagina, and sorry, I was trying to make like a woman joke, and
I
lost it. It was just a joke because I fucking love women. I hate them just like I hate cats, just like I hate my friends, just like I hate my family. But women are special.
No,
95% of them, I would, maybe not 95. I won't go that 90, 85, 90, somewhere in that range, are attractive to me in some way, especially if I can spend more time with them. They're supposed to be. That's kind of nature. But
Yeah.
I love women. I love women. I love women more than I love cats. I'll kick a cat through a fucking some field goal posts for the right pussy. Also a joke because I wouldn't do that.
No, but I like this. I like the sentiment. So, and 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 since I know
Sorry.
since I now know that you have tweet notifications turned on from Apex, which by the way I appreciate because I deserve that. I also know that you now know what I do during the day on Twitter when I'm not chatting politics. So,
What's that?
there's a certain lady friend I have from Texas that I prefer.
Damn. I'm just kidding.
Well, I prefer to use the term admire, but Matthew has informed me that the kids use the term what you just said as the word now. So hmm. And for some reason she has 10K followers and I don't on Twitter. But
Well, Sam, I'll give you a hint. She has tits.
Well,
and you don't.
Well, thank you, Captain Obvious. I knew that. So,
well, bro, look, I mean, like, I'm new. I'm compared to you. I am new to Twitter, and I've only recently, I would say, within this year, since maybe late last year, December-ish, did I really start using Twitter like I actually would start scrolling through it and clicking on things and reading stuff and checking people's feeds out and stuff like that. Before that, it was literally at your suggestion on after one of the first times that came on the Whitfield Report. You were like, you should start a Twitter feed at least to upload your videos. It's another platform.
Which
maybe more viewers.
Which was true, and I still would recommend.
Yeah, it was.
I would still recommend that.
No, it was true, and it was a good idea. And I realized it at the time. Like, holy shit! You know what? He's right.
You know what though? I also realized today that I can't depend on Twitter necessarily to get my news articles because even if they're from conservative websites, they often get deleted, which was what happened to all the show notes tonight. Basically, I had a bunch of articles that were bookmarked, and then the tweets got removed. So I should probably save them.
Well, let me turn out on
that. Yes. You're muted, or I can't hear you.
Dude, Discord fucking hates me. That's what it is.
Discord hates me too, man. Don't worry about it.
Man, I was gonna say something though. Top Feed in the chat asked, "What about that Brittany Venti though?" And I don't know what you know about Brittany Venti. I do not like Brittany Venti because I've been on the fucking internet for long enough to know that she's full of goddamn shit. Just like so many other people. She may have better qualities than some. She may be better than Ethan Ralph's of the internet, but she is a grifter like the rest of them. And she's just shy of a thought, in my opinion.
I'm going to tell you all something that is I know is going to trigger So What, and before So What says, "Oh, I don't get triggered," trust me, I know So What well enough to know that this will trigger him.
That's fine, dude.
But
You know what? So what? Listen, it's no offense. I actually, I'm not going to say that I don't like Brittany Venti. I do like Brittany Venti. I don't wish her any ill will
no,
at all. But
neither do I.
I don't think that anything that comes out of her mouth on the internet is anything other than propaganda or a money-making scheme. Nothing. It's not. She doesn't stand on any principles. Whether we're talking about this most recent cuties thing or anything. I mean, for fuck's sake, she used to read books on stream and various other just grifter type shit. Read books or take a nap or whatever the fuck she used to do. So, I mean, whatever. That's fine. Do your thing.
Anyway,
But
though,
yeah, no, I don't. That we were asked. I felt like I was asked specifically by Top Feed Coco the opinion, my opinion on Brittany Venti, and that is it.
I mean, I think she's, as the kids say, she's I. She's she's a bit crazy, but she's also hot. And speaking of hot and crazy too, uh, well,
She's a woman, so
I was also going to say, I can't say who for anonymity, but I have a friend who is actually who's actually a personal close friend of Laura Loomer, and someone tried, and this person actually tried to get me to go on a date with Laura Loomer. And at the time, Laura was still unknown, and I was kind of thinking about it. And long story short, nothing ever happened. And well, you know, I don't know, but I could have been Mr. Laura Loomer, which is weird. So
you should have.
Mm,
Then your kids would be in the tribe. Then you wouldn't have nothing to worry about, Sam.
then I really would have a crazy then I really would have a crazy woman in my life. So yeah, then I probably would get then I probably would get involved with Sawson says, "Uh-huh." What, Sawson, do you not believe me? Or
Who
or
knows?
do
Who
you?
knows? Who knows what Sawson's talking about? You know, I love. That's one of the best things about live streams is the chat, but it's also one of the most confusing things because the chat talks to itself. Because the people talking on stream tend to talk to themselves, and then when the people talking look at the chat and they're like, "Oh shit," they see words that may apply to what was just said verbally, but that they have nothing to fucking do with, like, they're talking in the chat. They're not talking about us. Sometimes they are,
Hey,
and I mean, I'm using us as an example here, but see, Sawson was talking about Alan, not even about us.
hey, hey, Millie Weaver. Now that is another. Uh, Now that's all another ballpark.
I like how you jumped up like 15 chats to pull out Millie Weaver there. That's good.
Well, I didn't do it just because Millie Weaver was the subject. I mean,
Oh,
it,
oh, okay.
that was part of it, but it's also because Alan was the one who made the comment, and but see, Alan also follows me to other streams, so he knows that up until recently, Millie was my internet waifu, and then she went crazy. So, top feed Coco, that is a lie. So
Bullshit, Sammy. That sounds like truth. If I've ever read truth, that is nonfiction right there.
that's a lie. So
Where did you get your fucking like denial lessons from, Bill Clinton? That's a lie. That's a I did not have sexual relations with that. I did not have a semi just now thinking about that woman.
oh no. She's been crazy. She's been crazy though. So let's see.
All right, so you were full stiff then. The half stiff part was the lie. You were full stiffy, according to Top Feed. I did not squirt to Millie Weaver. I swear on my life. I did not.
Okay, that might have been the truth. So
That you did not squirt to Millie Weaver? Wait, Sammy. How much have we had to drink? How far are we going here?
what?
I'm the idiot. I'm the degenerate here. And let's not drag you down there with me, buddy. Unless you feel that's really necessary.
You haven't known me long enough, Apex. So, but
Oh no! I've known you plenty long, Sam. But there's a difference between knowing you and like public persona. That's why drunkenly I was like, I'm your fucking retard, man, because I'm your dancing clown. I'm your I'm your deflector device. I'll jump in front of the bullets and dance like the Joker because it's funny. To deflect from any bad press to you, because I'm the idiot, not you. You're the smart guy, not me.
that's a so you're the Royce to my well, yeah, that's not a good comparison either. So
I'm the my I'm sorry. My first thought was I'm the what are they called? What are those pocket vaginas called? I was gonna say I'm the pocket vagina to your dick in this podcasting sphere. But it didn't line up in my head, which is why I started laughing, but I said it anyway.
that doesn't sound gay at all. So
well, I mean, that was kind of the point. It was supposed to. That was why it's funny.
I was gonna make an extremely arcane reference and say that you're the Dana Carvey to my Dennis Miller, which I'm sure no one else besides me in this chat would have gotten unless you've watched like SNL from the '80s. But that's
yeah, Fleshlight. I'm the Fleshlight to your what did the Top Feed say earlier? Your full stiffy.
Mm-hmm. but but
well, let's just make it awkward, Sam. It's supposed to be funny. Well, I guess awkward is funny.
But well, no, it is. It is that will probably register with me in about 5 seconds. So, what's funny about that is my brain immediately went into. I just remember that Fleshlight used to be like one of Joe Rogan's first advertisers, way back in the day. So.
You know what? For some reason, Fleshlight makes me think of shake weight.
Dude, the shake weight videos were worse. So,
well, I don't remember seeing many Fleshlight videos back in the day. I mean, advertisements on the internet for sure, but
well, there weren't commercials for flashlights, but there were late night infomercials for the shake weights. So, and they were always with a woman who didn't need shake weights either.
Well, I mean, I guess the whole reason I guess I make that connection is because of the time period. In my head, anyway. I may be off by some time, but
no,
like, I mean, the shake weight was just the most like overtly sexual, like expletively sexual, non-sexual thing. Like it, you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, exactly. No, it was.
Whereas the Fleshlight is like the most obviously sexual thing called a thing that's not sexual. A flashlight made into a vagina. Called a Fleshlight. And then you've got the shake weight. It's like, hey girls, practice your jerking off muscles. Or whatever. I mean, effectively, that's what it looked like as a teenager or as a young adult. I'm like,
yeah,
wait a minute, wait.
Nick DePaul actually has a whole bit about that in one of his specials about the shake weight. You know what else as a kid really messed with me? Were the GoDaddy commercials during the Super Bowls.
Oh, Jesus Christ. The Danica Patrick and shit. Yeah.
Those if you want to know why I'm such a, I guess, horn dog.
Pervert? Go ahead, sorry.
I was gonna say horn dog, but pervert pervert works too. But pervert.
Sorry, bro.
Pervert works too, asshole. No, I was just gonna say, yeah, those GoDaddy commercials are probably what messed with me and messed with an entire generation, so to speak.
You know what kind of fucked me pretty early on was pre-Corn Harvest Britney Spears. The whole "Hit Me Baby One More Time."
Oh yeah, easily.
And even before that, Amanda Bynes on Nickelodeon. Amanda Bynes was my first crush.
Yeah,
as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you said recently on a stream, and I never corrected you. You said I was like 20 years older than you or some shit, which is crazy because I'm like fucking 6 years older than you or something, 7 years older than you.
No, that wasn't me who said that. That was
it was you. It was you. It was one of the last streams we did, and you were just saying something. You're like, no, I know you're like 2 decades older than me, or you're like 15 years older than, or a decade plus older than me. And I'm
Real,
like,
real.
yeah, you definitely. I mean, it was obviously a mistake. I just wanted to clarify that I'm not fucking 50 years old. I'm only fucking 33. I'll be older than that soon.
Yeah, no, I feel old these days though. By the notion of I remember when we used to be able to go to fucking restaurants without being.
Sam, as I just mentioned, I'm 33 years old, and we talked about this on stream before, but I have recently had some escapades with a 22-year-old female who is very attractive and very into me, and in my weakened and less cognitive state, my more primitive brain state, I was like, oh yeah, this is good. This, beautiful woman, et cetera, et cetera. But as like I started to come back to life, and I realized I am raising a child that I am also having sex with, is basically what it boiled down to. A 22-year-old, she's not a child, she's an adult, obviously, but she is. We have nothing in common. There's no common ground. Like, and even no matter how hard I try to explain things, um, the way I do to you or anybody else for that matter, sometimes it's, it doesn't matter who I'm talking to. My gibberish goes over everybody's head. But just as time has gone on, I cannot.
Should I should I be concerned that I can understand your gibberish then, Apex? Is that what you're trying to say? And also, I think, yeah, Discord's fucking with them again. Let's see. What are you people blathering on about now? Let's see. Apex gonna get that hip replacement soon. Ha ha. Uh, Sam has a gibberish codex. Yep, uh, yep, let me try coming back. It might be me this time.
I travel to the larger cities. Uh, they're just carbon copies. They're all the same. It doesn't matter if they're 22 or fucking 31 or anywhere in between. They're all the same fucking person with a different, chassis. And it makes me fucking crazy, Sam. I can't handle it.
I
Um,
I hear ya.
well, I hope you hear me, because otherwise I'd be talking into the fucking void.
No,
And I would be very mad if I just said all that into nothing.
you kind of just did, but I can. But see, here's the thing: is I knew exactly what you just said because, like I said, I've been on the date with a chick fairly recently where all she wanted to talk at was this bit of product placement that I am not paid to do.
Right, I got you.
So By the by the way, I should since I'm on here, let me.
Anyway, I wanted to announce to the Whitfield report chat, large or small as it is now or may be in the future,
We we have 13
that
we have 13 viewers, so we actually went up now.
well, fucking A. But the point though is I wanted to announce that I have my stint with my stint with the 22-year-old is done. And it was very short-lived. And you know what? I don't like want her out of my life. It's not like that. She's not like a bad person or anything. But like I said, I was very weak, and
You
I
you
didn't. I
you were weak and she's pretty. I like I said, I've been there.
well, not just that, but she has like a. Uh, I mean, I don't want to. I don't really know what other word to use other than obsession. She has like a borderline obsession with me that she's had for since we first met. But from the moment I became available, she's this shy young girl that can't speak her mind, but she would not remove herself from in front of me. Like, take, please, just take me, sir, please, sir, please.
Apex has a
Look
stalker.
up, please. Yeah. I mean, you know what? I was told, both by my little sister who lives in Texas still, and has never met this girl, and my other internet friends that I was mentioning last night, the Mr. and Mrs. Laurent, um, Jules and Ian. They both separately and completely independently were like, "Bro, you have fucked up. You have fucked up, sir. You better cut that fucking cord right now, or you are going to end up in a world of trouble." And I'm not in a world of trouble, but I cut that cord a little later than was advised. So we'll see where all this goes.
Oh
She's now
boy.
listen. She's been present. She's been sitting less than 2 feet from where I'm currently sitting in my room where I now live, while I have been on your show twice, 2 weeks in a row, or maybe 3 weeks. And she's sat here and listened to me talk shit on the internet. I've never told her what my online personality is called, but I'm sure she's heard the Apex part. Anyway, I don't anticipate
So
any kind of Me Too type
so
thing.
so
But
you Apex, what you're trying to tell me is I have a stalker now too. Is that what you're telling me?
well, we could only hope, Sam. We could only hope.
I mean, I've also had a redheaded stalker before. That's fun.
Well, no, actually, the point that I was trying to make was this young lady who knows me in real life has heard me speak on the internet as Apex Gamma. So
Oh.
she's one of the, if not the only people, aside from maybe you, and you don't even know my last name, um, who could, tie the two together. And not that I'm not worried about it, because I've not done anything that bad on the internet or said anything that bad on the internet. I've not done or said anything on your show or elsewhere that I wouldn't say in public. Admittedly, some of them I would have to be more drunk than I was on the internet to say them, or more stoned or more comfortable or whatever. Maybe not on drugs at all. But yeah, no, I've not like called for violence or said anybody was inferior. Not called for genocide or anything like that. So
No,
I'm not that worried about it.
no, you're no. The only thing that you and I have done is goofed on the people that do say that type of stuff.
Yeah, and one of the things I've actually realized recently in thinking about my like true political alignment is that I really think that I come down to like anti-supremacist as far as racial ideals go. I really, really dislike the Jewish supremacist, just like I really dislike white supremacists.
Same here.
Right. I mean, I don't like anybody that thinks because they're of a certain genome or a certain geographical phenotype or genotype, whatever the fuck science words applies there, that you're inferior or superior to other people. And I mean, history shows a lot of things. I am white. I am a white man. I actually come from a Nazi background. There's Nazi blood in my family, and I can't deny that. That would come out eventually. But I mean, I don't identify with it. It's the point the reason I bring it up is like I don't think that anybody's better than anybody based on anything arbitrary like your skin color or your genetic background. I think your genetic background may predispose you to certain things, mine
That
included. I am a
definitely.
fucking degenerate drug addict, piece of shit, and I have been almost my entire life. I have not been a good person. But I am a good person. I just haven't been. That's not gonna sound very true. But either way, the point that I'm trying to make is that like I don't think any of that matters other than a general rubric, like to say it's just like the gender thing. Men and women are the same. No, they fucking aren't. That is objectively true. I don't care who you talk to. Any man or any woman that's gotten a fight with a dude or wrestled a dude um, of comparable size and weight has understood this. So but it's not to say that every woman of a comparable size to a man can't fucking twist that little dude into a pretzel and throw that kid over her shoulder and flex and be some fucking hero. The point though, again, is none of that. Like there is a rubric for all of it, whether you're talking about race, genetics, or sex, or any of that. Like the science behind that shit matters, and to identify that white people are more predisposed to do this thing, whereas black people of African origin primarily are more predisposed to do that thing. You know what I mean? Like those observations aren't racist, and that's kind of where we are right now, where I am right now personally, because I've never met anybody that I've judged by their skin color. I've judged their skin color might play a factor. The further an interaction may go on, but I don't look at someone and go, "Oh shit, they're this color." I look at what they're wearing. I look at how they're walking. I look at how they're talking. I look at how they're acting. I look at how they interact with other people. I look at how they interact with me, and I make an assessment. The fucking, the brain starts firing neurons, and I make an assessment. It's not.
It's impossible. It's impossible not to though. That's
Well, no, but that's kind of my point. Is like just because you take a factor of a situation into the assessment, your assessment of that situation, doesn't mean you're biased to that detail that you noticed. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's not a very good way to put it, but I thought I was on a good path there for a second.
No. I get where you're coming from.
But
if
the
it
chat that matters.
if it Apex, if it makes you feel any better, and I'm not joking, I'm being dead serious about it. You explained that in your thought on the whole race thing better and more concisely than my fucking professor who has a PhD and couldn't explain the critical race theory shit as concisely the other day.
Wait, what about critical race theory?
So whatever you were just rambling about made more whatever you were rambling about made more sense to me just now than my professor's dumbass critical race theory lecture from Thursday.
Okay.
From Thursday.
Okay.
From Thursday.
So even though you can't remember what I was talking about, even the context or the subject, it's more relevant. Yeah.
No,
I'm just kidding, dude. I get you.
No,
I get you.
no, that's the funny thing is I do remember what you're talking about is I do remember what you just said, but I can't remember anything that my professor said on Thursday, and I'm supposed to write a one-page paper on it that's like due on Monday. So I'm gonna.
It's on critical race theory.
Basically, just on her lecture, like what did you think of it? So I'm just.
I'm gonna help you. We're gonna write you and me, and maybe some of the other gammas if they're interested. We are going to write the most facetious and believable, or help you write the most facetious and believable, like endorsement of critical race theory.
Word salad.
Endorsement/denouncement. No. It's not going to be word salad. It's going to be so concise and like poignant. Your professor is going to read it and know exactly what the fuck you're doing, but she's not going to have any recourse because language, especially the English language, is very open to interpretation, depending on the words you use. So.
Yep, I'm
sorry. I just think that would be really fun. I think that would be really funny to like write a scathing endorsement for the lecture and like lean into it and be like, I, as a white man with cerebral palsy in a fucking wheelchair, spend my days. I crawl out of my wheelchair and I wash my local homeless black people's feet because my white privilege tells me that even though I am disabled, that I have a wheelchair. It's motorized. These homeless people, they're black. They're black. They're sitting on the street. They deserve a foot wash from me. I mean, listen, that's a little harder than I would go in writing, but it kind of captures the spirit of what I'm going for.
You know what though, Apex? You say that, but one of these Marxist idiots actually said that exact same thing to me in front of my face, word for word, like 6 months ago.
What suggested that you do that? Crawl out of your fucking goddamn chair and wash somebody's feet because their skin color is different than yours?
Well, not that part. Although I suppose they would have suggested that, but they basically said that even though even though I'm disabled, the fact that I'm a white male still puts me at an advantage over an able-bodied black man.
I see. Well, Sam, I'm sorry, but that just makes sense. I have studied critical race theory.
Your disease is an extra privilege, according to that's pretty much what they were telling me unironically. It's
Oh my God, Sam, do you have Jimmy John's close to you, near you, anywhere near you?
I mean
Sandwich shop.
I know, yeah, I know what it is. Unfortunately, I don't have one close enough for delivery, which thank God, because which thank God, because if it was within delivery range, I would be broke because I would be ordering that every single day and having it delivered.
So you have had it. You have had Jimmy John's then.
Oh yeah, my friends and
Oh,
I, my
okay.
Even right as I'm saying something nice about Jimmy John's, Evil Eric just says Jimmy Jimmy John's is garbage. So
Yeah, well, of course you did, because gay dicks are garbage, and no, bro. I just realized that I got a gargantuan earlier, and I got a 16-inch. I got a full fucking forearm sandwich, and I only ate half of it.
and
Bullshit, they do nothing special. You cannot. You know what? Evil Eric, you start making that fucking bread, and I will. You know what? I literally had to bite my fucking tongue because I was gonna say I would suck your fucking gay dick if you made that bread. I wouldn't do that, but I would, because you wouldn't make that bread because you're not Jimmy John's, Eric. You're evil fucking Eric. You're evil. You can't make something so fucking pure because you're evil and gay. Come on, man. You're the gayest straight dude I've ever met. Why are you even awake? It's like fucking 2:00 in the morning in where you live, old fuck.
No, he just likes hanging out here because he knows, because Evil Eric and I have both hung out with Playboy Playmates IRL. Not together, unfortunately, but separately.
Well, no, the reason I brought it up is because the Jimmy John's gargantuan. Listen, I'm not suggesting that Jimmy John's is better than making a sandwich at home, because obviously you can make a better sandwich at home. Their bread, Jimmy John's bread is fire, but that doesn't excuse making a sandwich at home. It's cheaper. There's no question about that. But if you have to buy, or if you're in the need to buy a sandwich on the go, fucking burn a Subway down, melt all the bricks down into something that you can trade into money, and then take that money to a Jimmy John's and buy a gargantuan, which is the best sandwich on their menu. It's all of their meat. It's every kind of meat they have, and some lettuce and some cheese and some oil, and it's the best. What is it, like $8 or $12 maybe, I guess, for the 8-inch sandwich that you can buy for like a fast lunch. Is all I'm saying.
Does Subway deliver either? No, they don't.
Yeah, Quiznos is fucking garbage.
Quiznos is garbage.
Quiznos makes my fucking stomach every time I've had it. I don't know, 4 or 5 times. Every fucking time I eat it, it makes my stomach fucking explode.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah.
That's why all Germans are 3 times overweight. Jersey Mike's. I've never had Jersey Mike's. I mean, it is around me, but it's not as accessible.
We're talking about fast food joints and sandwich shops, and Neareye isn't here. He he used to be the DZ.
Because Neareye was excited for the return of the McRib, so I don't think his opinion is that valid.
No. No, you're right, but he used to do these IL streams back in the day where we would take his camera phone and he would drive through the fucking drive-through with us, and I don't know why it was funny to us because it was just a guy, driving through the drive-through. But because it was him doing it, it was the funniest shit on the internet I had ever seen. And what's even funnier is he would treat it like it was a food critic thing too.
That's before my time, unfortunately. I wish I was there for that.
I know, Apex. You're such a.
Nearey's a farm. You know what though? Nearey's a fucking farmer though. Now, so
yeah, I know.
I look forward to the Neareye farmer comedy specials coming up in the future. In the near future.
I look forward to homesteading with Neareye because Owen might not be able to build a fence, but I'm pretty sure Neareye. Hell, let me put it this way: I'm pretty sure I could build a fence better than Owen, and that's not saying a whole hell of a lot.
Sam, I'm pretty sure a pre-assembled fence comes built into your chariot, so don't lie to the people.
Oh, really? You spoke to Q and got that upgrade for me?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. I saw Neareye fucking. I'm happy to see that Neareye moved out of the fucking city and he's out in the country now, and he's renovating a house and talking about raising fucking birds and doing the actual homesteading thing, which is a good thing for anybody. Which is something that I really hate about Owen Benjamin, is that the things that he advocates for, a lot of them are actually things that people should try to do. They should fucking raise animals. They should raise a garden. They should be self-sustaining as much as possible. But it's all in the package it's presented in, as you and everyone in the audience should be aware by this point.
Well, Apex, I think you hit the nail on the head, because when people ask me like when they used to ask me why I was so obsessed with Owen back when I was, the answer was always like because some of his ideas, not all of them, but some of them are really good, but he does it so piss poorly, and it's so warped that it's bad. Like, starting a family, that is a good and virtuous thing. But the way he talks about it, nah.
Wait. Eric says that Indiana has Sonic. Indiana is my current home state. And that is true. Sonic does exist in this state. But there is not one within 75 miles of my location. There's not even a fucking Taco Bell within 35 miles of my location. I have a Arby's at a truck stop. I have a McDonald's about 15 miles away, and a Wendy's about 25 miles away, and that's it. Like, and like local restaurants, bars/restaurants that serve food until 9 o'clock at night. But yeah, I'm not. I mean, unless I want to fucking go wandering out into a cornfield and pick some motherfucking ears of corn. I don't have many options. So yeah, like when oh no, I'm sorry. There is a Subway down the street, but they just recently got rid of roast beef, rotisserie chicken, and something else. One of the other, like, there's 3 meats that I would eat at Subway, and I fucking hate Subway. But when I would have to eat there, or when it would be the lesser of the evils that I had to choose from, I'd be like, yeah, well, whatever. I'd go get a fucking roast beef and rotisserie chicken, pepper jack cheese, and I don't have either of those meats anymore. So a long time ago, I boycotted Subway, and eventually I gave up on it because, convenience is a factor. Jimmy John's, if you're gonna compare Subway to Jimmy John's, there's no compare. Even to Quiznos, you can throw Quiznos and Subway into the same, put them together as one, and they don't compare to Jimmy John's. Fuck you haters. Jimmy John's is way better than any other sub sandwich shop, like mass sub sandwich shop, that I've ever encountered. Period. Don't at me.
That
Sammy, say something.
I was just gonna say, people keep bringing up Jared too from Subway. Yeah, that's a problem. So, uh,
Well, there you go. Yeah, go endorse pedos or eat some real fucking subs. Real bread made that day. Delicious bread. The most delicious motherfucking bread.
I
The bread is so good.
I actually that was actually one of my that was actually um in one of my earlier marketing classes in college. I actually we had to do like a simulation, like a marketing simulation, and just as a goof for Jimmy John's, I put Jimmy John's. We're not Subway, and it was right after the Jared thing, and my professor was like, "No, you can't use that." But I thought it was funny. I thought it was hilarious.
That is pretty funny. So yeah, Sammy, next time you go to a Jimmy John's, you should order the gargantuan. It's
I
at the very bottom of the menu.
I've had a
You
gargantuan
should.
before. It's
Oh, you
good.
have. Okay, good. All right, so I'm not telling you nothing. Well, chat. Next time you go to Jimmy John's, order a gargantuan, light lettuce. That's how gammas do it. Anyway, you still hear me, right?
I can still hear you. Uh,
What do you want to do? You want to keep just fucking
I
bullshitting, or
I suppose we could, although we're at 3 hours and 30 minutes, so um we could call it a night too.
we could do that? I'm fine with that. I'm actually good with that because it was a long night of roasting pigs and setting up tiki torches and paying $500 for a band that played for 2 hours. And most of that time, they played songs on MP3s. Fucking degenerates.
Oh man, that sucks. So
Well, there's like 350 fucking people here, and only a handful of people like in charge. So it's kind of hard to keep track of everything. Bonfires fucking setting trees on fire and pigs roasting on a goddamn spit. The fucking weighs 1,000 pounds. I mean the spit, not the pig. The pig weighed like 200 pounds. But golf carts up and down, fucking 150 cars Yeah, it's a little much, man. So, yeah, I don't remember why I brought that up. But I'm exhausted because I was doing a bunch of shit, driving the golf carts up and down, like thinking, oh yeah, I'm gonna fucking hang out for a little bit, say happy birthday to Mama, and go home and talk to Sammy. Instead, I felt like I was it was almost like zombie apocalypse. Like there were so many fucking people like coming up to the car. Hey man, what are you doing? What? Hey, like windows cracked a little bit, like sticking their fingers in. Like what are you doing, man? Hey, what are you doing? Yeah, roll the window up. Yeah, fuck off.
Oh, the funny thing is, when you were describing that, I could picture that too.
I'm
So
glad. I'm glad. I try. I try. That's the one thing I try
that is
keep animating in my speech.
that is how gamma I am. I understand. I understand Apex's retarded hu- humor. So I mean, hey, you pretty much
It's okay. Listen, it's okay if I do it. It's not okay if you do it. It's just like the N word. You can't say the N word if you ain't an N word.
but
I'm just kidding.
but if an N word wants to call you the N word, even though you're a white guy, which has happened to me,
Yeah,
that's fine.
this is fine.
So although you did call me a pervert, Apex,
I
but
called you a Mexican once too, when I was real drunk that one time.
yeah, but so you're saying you're saying you were drunk just when you did that? Okay.
Oh no. I was just saying no. I called you a Mexican that one time, and my friend, my IRL friend, was so ashamed of me, because it was just the most awkward
I
thing he'd ever
I thought it was
heard in his entire life.
I thought it was hilarious. So
I'm like, bro, it was a joke. Everyone got it. He's like, bro, nobody got it. I'm like, no, I'm saying he was like a Mexican because he's just, they think that he needs their help. And like, because they think he needs their help, his vote is guaranteed, just like the Mexicans.
yeah,
He's like,
yeah,
nobody got that.
yeah.
Nobody got that, bro. I'm
No.
like, what?
Everyone got that reference. So
Well, but the point though is, um,
the
he
point
used
the point is your friend is
an idiot.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And also that I love him very much, but I don't I don't think I can talk to him very much anymore. We've been doing like this, doing this one phone call a week, just once a week, usually on Saturdays, before I talk to you, because he works a normal 9 to 5 Monday through Friday, and makes a fuckload more money than I do. But anyway, he hasn't been calling me the last couple of weeks. He's been kind of skipping out on me because I don't. I've been kind of sharpening up on a lot of these things because, like I mentioned earlier, I tend to just kind of shit post with him. I do the same thing with him that I do on the internet with people that I don't know and don't know me, and he knows me and he knows me really well. So when I just like throw out some just random shit post or just random, be it a compliment. No, I don't even have to like say anything specific. Like just the other day, I sent him that Brianna Who video by
Uh-huh.
Barricade Garage, which is Barricade Garage. If you guys in chat have not fucking checked that channel out on YouTube, please do, because that man is fucking hilarious. But I sent him that Brianna Who video, and I sent it to him, in the evening sometime, and the next morning, I got a fucking. He sent me a gif of Jon Stewart like doing a face palm. He's like, "Do you think justice was served to Breonna Taylor?" I'm like, well, what's your definition of justice? And I got like 6 fucking pages, starting with obviously different than yours because I want, murder charges for the people that killed the woman, not just some wanton, whatever it was, wanton, wanton, violence, whatever the fuck the actual legal term is. The dude that fucking shot wildly into windows and doors with closed blinds, is the only officer that got charged with anything. And I spent the next several hours sending him evidence, including a New York Times. Sam, this is the second time. This is 2 weeks in a row, I think, that I've brought up a New York Times article that is not only fair, but objective news. And it's based on Breonna Taylor. It's a long fucking article.
Oh,
but they lay out the facts, and it's factual. It's very news oriented. It's I couldn't fucking believe it as I was reading it. There's definitely some hyperbole in there and some editorializing by, either the writer or the editor in chief, but it's very non-fake news. It's weird. It was weird to read, and I sent him that, and he wouldn't even read it. He keeps changing, moving the goalpost. And as I'm coming out of this funk that I've been in for the last, basically for the last year since my little brother died, coming out of this mental and physical, but mostly mental funk, I'm less, foggy. I'm not. I don't know. That's the best way I can put it. Is I'm less foggy about things in general. So as these arguments proceed with him, I just keep sending him facts. It's easy to look up. Well, how come none of the neighbors heard anybody, say police, but they heard gunshots? Well, that's pretty easy, bro, because how many times have you heard anybody knock on your neighbor's door across the street or next door to you? But how many times have you heard a gunshot from fucking 2 blocks down the street or 5 blocks down the street? Yeah, there's different audible levels to those things. Well, but I just can't believe you're on the side of law enforcement. Oh, they could have done more. They could have done more legwork. They could have staked it out. Well, guess what? They did. They did that for years. And I laid out all the things that I knew and I'd found out about the case to that point. And the real tragedy, Breonna Taylor is actually the one unicorn in the whole Black Lives Matter movement. Because while she was involved heavily in illegal activity in her past, and the person that they were looking for was intimately tied to her in her past, but she was actively trying to move beyond it. She was trying to get out. You know what I mean? She was trying to be a better person, be a better citizen in society. Her fucking boyfriend that shot the cop that didn't get charged, Sam. This black man who had his door kicked in and shot at the cops and shot a cop didn't get charged with anything.
Right.
Nobody's talking about that. But again, the myths of her laying in bed, being in bed when she got shot. I mean, all of that is so incredibly false, provably false at this point. That anybody that argues against it is either willfully blind or just fucking stupid. And that's what I was telling my friend just earlier today, and it turned into the first week in 7 or 8 weeks that we have not spoken on the phone. He didn't call me today. We had a time. He was supposed to call me. I stepped away from the party for him to call me because that was more. No offense to you, but that was more important than coming on the live stream with you. Talking to my friend, my closest friend, the once a week phone call we do. You get it, right?
Yeah, I get it. I have I have close friends back in Colorado who I'm the same way with. I've been friends with them
Mm-hmm.
for 20 years, almost my entire life. So, yeah, I get it.
Right. So, but he didn't call me. And I'm sure there'll be an excuse. Oh, bro, fucking, and there could be a good one. But I feel like if it was
Kids.
some kind of emergency, I would know about it. If there was something wrong with his baby, or something wrong with his wife, or something wrong with him, you know. Instead, he's just like, I think he's afraid to have. We don't normally talk politics and shit when we talk on the phone. We talk about his fucking beautiful daughter, and his shitty job that he hates but won't leave. Um,
In the old days, somewhat, or
yes, of course, the old days, yeah. And you know, the main thing we talk about is me. And once that shifted, that's the thing is the topic kind of, once I started feeling once I started feeling less self-loathing and started to kind of come out of this, the downswing of the pendulum started to upswing a little bit. And I'm thinking for myself again and not so worried about everybody else. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, not just like, whoa, whoa, whoa. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm not just gonna, like, I'm coming back to the point where I'm like, that's fucking retarded. And I'm gonna tell you that it's retarded. Or I don't think that that's okay. And I'm gonna tell you that I don't think that's I mean, it's an oversimplification, but you know, my moral efficacy is coming back to life. It's becoming more firm. I've been a soft, weak individual for a long time, and not not for lack of awareness of it, or lack of trying, but it's a multitude of things compiled. Uh, you know, most of the chat, and especially you, know them, so I'm not going to detail them because I don't want to. But the point though is, like, once I'm starting to come back to life and really challenge some of these things on levels that I hadn't, particularly these political issues. This dude thinks he's so fucking smart, but he doesn't do any research, and he won't fucking even read an article by the New York Times, the essentially the Bible of his side of the political spectrum, and has been for fucking years. I can't send him a Breitbart article because he'll say, he'll look into the fucking financial backgrounds of it and say, oh, what's the opposite of George Soros, or something like that. He'll find some kind of fucking angle like that. And I never had the energy to argue, because I didn't really care that much. I cared, but I was just so fucking self-loathing. I just wanted a bolt of lightning to fucking strike me, as I've made clear in public multiple times. But now that I don't feel that, I feel less that way more and more every day. I'm like, I'm not happy with where I am, but I'm also not happy with the way I've been feeling, and the way I've been treating both myself and the world around me. And once that starts to happen, people like my oldest friend in the world all of a sudden don't want to talk to me. The TLDR of what I've been trying to say here is, he has felt a superiority to me because I have been so weak, and he's been my closest friend. I've essentially kind of groveled, not really groveled to him, but I've been desperately seeking help, anybody to help me, to slap me in the Batman slap me in the motherfucking face, or tell me what I don't want to hear, but what is true, because I'm surrounded by people that just tell me what they think I want to hear. But oh man, I
shit.
lost my point. At the Batman slap, I totally saw the comic flash through my brain, and I lost my train of thought.
Well, you need to hang out with me more than, or call me, because I'll be your I'll be the devil on your shoulder, or the angel, not sure which, but
Are you hitting on me, Sam?
I only hit on I only have eyes for Johnny Arcade when it comes to the gay stuff. So
Uh,
although although
okay.
although Johnny was giving me shit last night
Well, if
because
Johnny's not giving shit, then you know something's wrong.
because because he's an asshole. So uh yeah, no, the Breonna Taylor thing is weird. I've looked into it so much, but I've looked into it somewhat, but there's so much information out there now. Do you ever feel like there's information overload out there?
With what? Like just in general?
Ju- just 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 in general, like there. Okay, so like for instance, I've been covering Antifa. I've been covering the elections. I've been covering Black Lives Matter for as much as I can. But then this Breonna Taylor thing popped up a few weeks ago, and I just I couldn't. I felt like my bandwidth was kind of strained, so I didn't pay much attention to it. So I just haven't had a chance to get around to it that much. But at the same time, I kind of feel like I'm supposed to.
You should, because it's important. Because people like LeBron James spend every motherfucking moment that they can using their half literate self, not even half, third, fifth, eighth literate self, uh, pontificating about the tragedy of Breonna Taylor being murdered in her home and in her bed while she was sleeping. And listen, the death of Breonna, like I said earlier, she is the unicorn of the Black Lives Matter movement. She actually, that is a real tragedy. Now, everybody, including George Floyd, shouldn't have died the way that they died. I mean, I don't endorse the way that they did. I can't say the same for everybody, but specifically for George Floyd, a knee on the neck for 8 minutes. But you could say the same fucking thing for Tony goddamn Timpa, who's a white man that nobody's ever fucking heard about, who cops laid on for fucking 12 minutes, I think, and laughed about his mental illness while they fucking murdered him. That's a thing. Nobody ever fucking burned nothing down for him. But the point though, which I've lost because Tony Timpa came fucking roaring into my brain just now, and now I've lost the point. But
Well, well,
what was I saying?
but see, that's my point. Is like, so now I'm the one that's kind of rambling because yeah, I do know what happened with Breonna Taylor, but there's what I'm trying to say is there's so much noise with like all the spin and everything that it's. I mean, what I'm trying to say is it's hard to cut through all the bullshit.
Oh, the
Um,
information overload. That's what you were saying. Yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
do I feel like there's information overload? The short answer is yeah. I mean, absolutely, yeah. And it's why I think everything is so fucking divided right now because it's 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 fucking weird to see, dude. In my lifetime, going from, I mean, essentially the TV news, and the newspaper, primarily the newspaper in my neck of the woods, but the TV news. And then that's where all news came from. The newspaper. We learned everything from the fucking newspaper. And then if it was something big enough, you watched it on the TV. Thereafter. You learn about it first from the newspaper, not watching fucking TV, because it wasn't. We're talking late 80s, early 90s, which I watched the birth of the news media. You know what I mean? Like what we have now, and its primordial state. When we watched CNN reporters pretending to be in Iraq when they were in a studio with fucking war helmets on and shit, playing sound effects of gunfire and bombs exploding. Now proven fake footage. I watched that shit on TV because it was a big thing. The Iraq War, the original.
I know.
Whatever it was, Operation Sandstorm or whatever the fuck it was. But the point though is information overload has been it's been our existence, Sam. It's been my existence for most of my life, and certainly yours and your generations. The problem, I think, lies in people's unwillingness to, or lack of willingness to, or inability to look beyond their feelings, look beyond what's presented right in front of them. And it's not, I don't even want to say it's your generation, because science, both archaeologically and cosmologically, and almost every field, aside from maybe mathematically, is constrained to these old ideals. Like we have it all fucking figured out. We know what the fuck we're doing. We know what this all means. You can't fucking shoot a rocket into space and then land it back on the ground. That's fucking stupid. I mean, from the time jet propulsion was first proposed, that wasn't even, that's crazy. And now we're doing it. Fucking Elon Musk is doing it every other month and building bigger ones as he does it. You know what I mean? So, and X-rays, going further back, the idea of sticking your foot under a thing and seeing the bones in your foot, which admittedly gave a bunch of people cancer because they didn't understand the technology they were dealing with. But the idea of that technology prior to it was fucking fantasy.
Right.
So the information overload idea, I mean, I don't think it's so much information overload. I think it's emotion overload. I think information can never be bad. Too much information on its face, information too much can't be bad. It can't be a bad thing. It's how it's interpreted and it's how it's presented, which hence would, dictate how you interpret it. If it's raw fucking data, you can determine it how the fuck you want. But if someone is presenting it to you, which I think is a problem with YouTube in general, because there's a lot of good information presented in biased ways by people with an agenda.
Right.
You know what I mean? Just how flat Earth fucking gets started, and shit like that.
Yeah, that's something, isn't it? Because I remember 10 years ago. I remember 10 years ago when people would talk about flat Earth, like everyone would laugh, right? And like everyone would. And now we have YouTubers, Owen, and others that like legitimately believe in flat Earth.
I legit have followers on Twitter that are flat earthers. I've never challenged them, but they could listen. Twitter, listen. I don't know what to make of my Twitter feed or my followers. I don't know. I don't know, because half of my feed is me being me, and the other half is me just fucking straight shit posting. So the people that follow me could be anywhere in between. Like Warfist, who's regularly in the chat, and I believe is right now. is one. He's an anon who speaks his mind. He's like himself under a name that's not his, it seems. You know what I mean? And I do that most of the time, but I go a little further in directions and I make jokes. I mean, I said this earlier, and I do stand by it, that I don't do anything on the internet that I wouldn't do in person. I'm a little more loose on the internet, I suppose, because my face isn't there.
Oh yeah.
But I don't think that would stop me, quite frankly. I'm not really shy. I've never really. I mean, you know my fucking name. You know where I work. You you're not the only one. So
I haven't
on the internet anyway.
I mean, and see, I've been online, and this is something else. I've been online, like back when I started podcasting and whatnot. Like normal people were putting their faces online still, so, and going under their real names. So, like, there was never, when I started out, there wasn't this big fear of being doxxed and everything like that. Now, obviously, things have changed. I get it, but that's the crazy thing about the internet. So, but well, we've covered a lot of topics for sure.
Yeah, I feel like there's some good clips tonight, including random people in the background
Definitely
yelling and shit on my end.
Definitely.
I apologize for that, both to you and to chat and to the future listeners.
We basically did a Painkiller Already style podcast. We went for 4 hours. So
nice.
Yeah, Woody's gamer tag. You can suck my balls.
Suck it, Woody.
You're not the only one that does 4-hour live streams. So
you're not the only autistic motherfucker on the internet that can do 4-hour streams about nothing.
That podcast literally is about it's the Seinfeld of podcasts.
It's nothing. It's about nothing.
Yeah, and yet they have a massive audience.
I love that. I love those dudes. Fucking Taylor, their most recent edition, Mercadurka or whatever.
Oh,
their bottom left panel is one of the funniest dudes on the internet.
Oh,
he tells Bible stories, Bible recreation stories. Or
like yeah.
Dude, they're so funny. Anyway, yeah, man. I'm gonna fucking eat. Damn it, this beer. Sorry, keg beer is fucking not good for your lack of burping. Anyway, I'm gonna eat this fucking Jimmy John sandwich.
All right, man. Sounds good. So and I think folks in the chat are finally starting to kind of nod off a bit, except for So What, because he's on the opposite side of the planet, I believe. So he's
on that Nazi time.
Yeah. Yeah. Fucking.
Anyway, you want to send the show out or what?
Yeah, we can send the show out. Anyway, folks, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. If you're listening to this on the podcast and you have somehow managed to stay listening for the entire 4 hours, and it is just now 4 hours, thank you for joining me in the past, present, future. I really appreciate it. And we always appreciate you tuning into the Whitfield Report. So to all of you, wherever you are, good night, God bless, God save this great nation, God, freedom, democracy, in that order, as my friend Mr. John Neer, I would say. and we will see you on the next episode of the Whitfield Report, or on the next.
Good night, everybody.
Or on the next Gamma Hug Box, whichever comes first. So, all right, folks. Good night, and God bless.